Hey there, everybody. How y'all doing today? It's good to be here on a weekend. Happy Saturday, everybody. How's it going? Ryan exclamation. Ghost. Jam into the Battle Brothers tunes. Your bro was one of the most memorable for me from that campaign we played of the Battle Brothers. Coming so close to death so many times, you lost an eye. You had a fancy wolf hat that made you stand out in combat. And you were just dang durable. A very consistent bro in that campaign. It was very cool. Little Turd says, probably my last live stream before the new job starts, unfortunately. So you won't be having the time to join us anymore. It's been a pleasure to have you. I hope you'll be able to tune in sometime still. But as it is with turds, all things must pass, right? So whether you do or don't join us more often, I hope the change is good for you. Mercury03, thanks for the 5 months and the Prime sub. And please don't do it as a don't see it as a commitment, of course. You owe me nothing. But if you want to be here, I hope you are. Jelly Bean, how's it going? Dragged here from the YouTube. How's it going, Doom Drake? We'll be playing some Ironclad very shortly. We did have a quick Ironclad run last night. Ended up losing to the boss gauntlet. And I feel like it might be Ironclad that perhaps loses to these two bosses the most. I have to look into the data. We're getting really close to 200 wins, at which point I do want to do a bit of data crunch. Just kind of look at some of the aggregate information that we collected and see if there's anything there to reflect on. How's it going, JHDM, FF, Ryle out. Happy Saturday to you. Hey, Demon of the Fall, congrats on getting those achievements. Give a quick shout out to the achievement tutorial videos on the YouTube. Who needs relics and common sense? Did make a couple videos, tutorials on how to get the various achievements in Spire. Particularly the ones that are really hard to get. But I thought the ones that you kind of have to shoot for from the beginning of the run. Recently made a guide for the defect achievements, Neon and Focused, as I'd heard a lot of people asking about how to get those. So look for that one on the YouTube pretty soon. Airhide says, I've died a few times trying to force the Neon achievement when I really should know better. It's definitely a tricky one. Once you get it going, though, it's so fun. There's so many ways to cheat Meteor Strike into play. Doomdrake says, looks like a pretty... Oh, yeah, let's actually talk a little bit more about that last Ironclad run. So we ended up facing Donundeka and Awaken One, and honestly, I think Time Eater would have devastated us similarly. We actually took the same amount of damage to both of them. That's pretty funny. So, what was wrong with this deck? This deck was unable to find the means to exhaust cards. We really were looking for a True Grit or a Burning Pact or something. And we're never able to really get our hands on it. We had 2 bludgeons and a double tap. And we were able to kill enemies just fine. But what we weren't able to do is block consistently. We had... just one Shrug It Off... This run had a Toxic Egg in Act 2. And our block was 1 Shrug It Off plus, 1 Flame Barrier plus, and 1 Power Through plus, with no way to get rid of the wounds from the Power Through. and 2 wounds starting from the Mark of Pain. We actually accumulated statuses over time rather than getting rid of them. And it just led to a slow, steady, gruesome death. We were consistently taking damage left and right everywhere. Raptomancer did damage to me. Spire Growth hit me for 25. Transient did 30 damage to us. There was almost no fight in Act 3 that we actually managed to get through smoothly. I wonder if Empty Cage was the right pick. This was a very, very unusual Ironclad run. But I had 4 defends. UBTech, thanks for the 100 days, 30 months of support. And Flick, thank you for 28 months. Right back at ya. Much love. I'm looking at the run history. I wasn't shorting myself on card rewards either. I looked at plenty. We did 5 combats in Act 2, 5 combats in Act 3. Plus all the elites. Yeah, plenty of card rewards. Fascinating. I'm not going to dwell on it too hard. Ironclad is certainly the character that most frequently I find that I don't know how to create a winning set of cards out of what I'm being offered. It just doesn't quite click sometimes. What also doesn't click is this act layout. There is not a lot in terms of high value pathing here. I'll path out a couple potential options. Take some early combats. Get a rest site, a shop, another rest site, and an elite. That's, I would say, a mediocre path through Act 1. You get 3 rest sites, 1 elite, and 1 shop. You'd really like it to be 2 or 3 elites, or maybe an additional rest site. But that's one of the best things we can do this act, plain and simple. There's not a lot of better looking paths. There is potentially the option to go for the Burning Elite here, which could be attached to fighting this elite. So when we get 3 rest sites, 2 elites, one of which is the Burning Elite, but no shop. And that actually looks relatively viable. If I was going to do that, I'd want a starting bonus that actually helps me immediately, though. And with no shops on the left-turn path, then what is the point of taking 100 gold? There isn't. So I guess we could go to this one, but then we don't get the Burning Elite. Solar System Wolf, thank you so much for the very generous 10 gift sub bomb. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, everybody. There are 2 rest, 3 elite on the left. Or 3 rest, 2 elite. Yeah, this path. Wolf says, just wanted to say thank you for all the content and guides. Wouldn't have been able to do this without it. Good stuff. Getting your first ever Ascension 20 heart win on the Ironclad. Congratulations. Spirit Sparrow says, is the uncommon colorless card worth it? I think that's where I'm actually trending towards in terms of a conclusion to arrive at. Let's quickly analyze all the options here. Uncommon colorless card, we get to choose from 3 uncommon colorlesses. Some of them are good, some of them are not so good. But we're likely to get something that's vaguely useful. I wouldn't mind a dramatic entrance or a swift strike on Ironclad. Dark Shackles and Panic Button are always welcome. Finesse and Flash of Steel are pretty takeable. Purity could be interesting. Probably wouldn't really be happy with that. Bandage Up would be good. There's a few others. I think this is very reasonably likely to get us a useful card immediately. Okay, let's talk about the other options then. So this is like a mild positive, I would say. Okay, how about 100 gold? If we're going anywhere left, we are not likely to get any use out of 100 gold in this act. I would have to deliberately path to this shop or get lucky with this question mark. Now, it'll be useful later in the run, but it's not going to do anything for me this act, probably. Take 18 damage, max HP plus 14. We heal 14 of the health back immediately, so we're essentially starting the run with 4 less health in order to get way more max health. This is actually not that bad as far as starting bonuses go. And that it would have, I think, better long-term potential for us than the 100 gold. But also does not help us in Act 1. We'll swap our starting relic for random boss relic. That's a high variance play. That can go really well or really badly. But I tend to find that swapping away the Burning Blood is tough. Hello and welcome, Sapphic Mystery. Sapphic says, I'm pretty new to Slay the Spire. Ascension 11 on Ironclad, no win on the others. And my videos and advice are pretty dang helpful. Awesome to hear. Have a seat. Please don't feel afraid to ask questions if you're wondering about a decision that I made or what you would do in a given situation or how something in the game works. Please feel free to ask, even if I don't directly answer and address your question. There are many, many, many knowledgeable people in the chat who are happy to help share their knowledge. Zamoxo says, is there a starting bonus that you never pick? I almost never take starting bonuses that involve a curse negative. If you have to start with a curse, it's almost always never worth it for me. I'll very, very rarely take the potions, 3 random potions. But I wouldn't say that I never take it. I have taken it before. And I don't think it's horrible. It's just pretty situational. And I almost never take a random rare card. Get a random rare card without looking at 3 and choosing one. I almost never take that on the Silent or the Defect. But I'm okay with it on Ironclad and Watcher. Potion does usually feel pretty underwhelming. I'm actually thinking of it more and more that I want to take the max hit points, but I did mention that I think the colorless card is going to put us in the best position to take the red path, and I want to see what we're offered here. Oh, I love these choices. 3 really good choices, actually. I could justifiably take any of these. So, Panacea gives us artifacts. Block 1 debuff. This is a particularly useful card on the Ironclad. 1, because it's a free card, and Ironclad loves free cards, particularly free cards that exhaust. But 2, Panacea can be used to block debuffs like Flex. So an early Panacea immediately combos with Flex. You can also use it with Berserk. Is there any other Ironclad self-debuff? Not sure. Or with potions that you find. Or, of course, you can use it to block enemy debuffs, which is useful in all sorts of situations. Discovery lets us choose 1 of 3 random cards to add to our hand. It costs 0 this turn. Discovery is a high-value card. You get to look at 3 cards and then choose the most useful one for the current situation and put it into play for free. Discovery can generate 2 or 3 cost cards, and never is that more true than on the Ironclad. Note that it is creating cards from your character's class, so you get to look at 3 random Ironclad cards. Pick one to play. That can mean getting Barricade in play, getting Demon Form in play, playing Impervious, playing Immolate, playing Bludgeon, all of these for 1 energy. It's pretty powerful. Lastly, Trip, no nonsense, easy, 0 cost, apply to vulnerable. Ironclad loves it. Make the strikes deal more damage. Don't have to play the stinky Bash. It's so expensive. Why is Bash so expensive? So all of them are good, honestly. I have a particular fondness for this Discovery. I want to have all 3 of these runs. I'm going to take the Discovery. Discovery is definitely the most variable of the 3 choices there, but what it can generate can be game-changing. So even if I had drawn a defend in place of Discovery, we'd be taking at minimum 5 damage on this turn. Can Discovery change our fate? You better believe it can. Look at this. Our first Discovery ever. Demon form, blood for blood Juggernaut. There is 9 energy of cards staring at us here, and we get to pick one and play it for free. Give me that. Now that's what I call a favorable outcome. Get a flex potion. I'm already wishing I'd taken that panacea. Do I take it in flame or a pummel strike first? Something notable about Discovery is that you can upgrade it to use it multiple times to make it more than a one-time use. And that can be rather interesting. There's some fun stuff you can do with that. Both Inflame and Pummel Strike are very, very good cards. Getting early strength gain is kind of important. But getting good early attacks is also kind of important. And Pummel Strike is very valuable card draw. Ah, this is such a hard choice. There's so many ways to abuse strength on Clad. Let's take the Inflame. I usually like one Inflame quite a lot on this character. Alright, Discovery, I assume you're better than Inflame. What do you got? Dark Embrace or Havoc? Interesting. Or True Grit for later in the fight. Does Discovery work with Master Reality? Yes. Yes, it does. Alright, let's just do this. I was hoping. I was hoping. Add the block, or do we add the strength scaling card? I've got a flex potion and an inflame, so Heavy Blade is less awkward than normal. Given how our previous run went, I'm kind of inclined to take a True Grit now, here, early in the game, because it might be the only one I ever see, and I do want to have one. Also worthy of note, we're fighting the Guardian boss, who's a boss that's going to check our ability to block consistently, which definitely rewards grabbing this True Grit. Don't really like Rampage much here. Rampage can be useful in the early game of Spire, but is really a card that kind of falls off a cliff. It's just not a card that scales well in the context of the design space of Slay the Spire. Because it's a one energy attack, you can't play it multiple times in one turn reasonably. And if you don't play it more than once per turn, its damage does not increase fast enough to win fights. Unless you've got double tap. Now, if you've got double tap, it can be kind of interesting. Alright, Discovery, I'm counting on you. Interesting fight for Combust. Look at Anger. Grateful for True Grit in this moment. Ah, so close. Could save 7 health with a potion, but that's absolutely not worth it. Much rather keep this powerful potion. Still at pretty good health, too. We're almost at max. Shrug, Perfected Strike, Body Slam. I guess I can take a Shrug it off, but we're a little block heavy at the moment. Bit worried about our first elite fight. The Body Slam is certainly unreliable at the moment. Can't play it before True Grit, can't play it after True Grit. Until True Grit is upgraded. Perfected Strike does decent damage, but it's a little weak here. It'll be 18 damage for 2 energy. I'm going to grab the Shrug. We'll continue along this path. Probably going to upgrade Inflame. But we're hoping to take an attack card here. Better yet, we get a card reward here. No, it's Slime Goop, huh? Lose health to gain gold. Classic. It's over 100 gold on the line. For 11 health, I think we have 11 health to spare. Hope that's true. And our abundance of block cards will actually serve us extremely well in this fight. Free Immolate, by the way. These are 18 total. So we're not killing next turn basically no matter what, huh? Unfortunate, but okay. Good potion. There's the flex. Would have been very, very happy with the Panacea. That said, I'm very, very happy with a Cleave here. Cleave hits all enemies for some damage, and that's plenty. With Inflame boosting it, it will be very effective against the 3 Sentries fight or any other multi-enemy fight that we pick, that we end up in. And it does better damage than a strike against Grumlinob and Lagavulin. Not ideal, but certainly adequate. Let's upgrade that Inflame. I suspect we'll be perfectly fine in this elite fight. We've got some pretty high value cards. The Inflame, Discovery, and a couple good blocks. Basically, no matter who we're up against, we've got some tools to assist. Against this particular foe, we get to exhaust the Ascender's Bane, play the Inflame, and potentially play Discovery, all before the egg wakes up. What do you got? A Blood for Blood, which is free currently, so I could bash Blood for Blood. Next turn, defend Inflamed True Grit. I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take that. I want to take some damage from each attack here. Could Cleave for 16, maybe take 7. Lose 1 defend. Actually, that seems like a better idea. Because best of all, then I can block for 19 with a potion. Take 1 to make Blood for Blood cheaper. That's not the hand I wanted to draw. Ouch. That's definitely not the hand I wanted to draw. So we took a bit of a walloping there, but the regen potion provides. We get a champion belt. Whenever we apply vulnerable, apply 1 weaken. Now I wish I'd taken the trip. Good lord. And, wow, choices. Pummel is one of my favorite strength scaling attacks. For 1 energy, scale your strength 4 times on a target of your choosing. It's the best fusion between Heavy Blade and Sword Boomerang. Only downside is it's a one-time use card. But there's also Battle Trance here, one of Ironclad's best draw engines. Battle Trance lets us quickly draw back into any card we choose, such as our attacks. Helps us get our powers in play initially. If I like Pummel, why not Rampage? Because in the late game, Pummel will easily do 100 damage, whereas Rampage will be doing 16. Well, our strength plus 8. The fact that Pummel hits 4 times is something we can really, really exploit later on with some strength. Because, if you're just looking at the face value here, right, they both do 8 damage. But the trick is that we have ways to increase our damage per hit. And those ways that increase damage per hit, like the Inflame and the Flex Potion, work 1 time on Rampage and 4 times on Pummel. Therefore, we want the Pummel so that we can abuse the strength that we're gaining for absolutely massive damage. God, I really want this Pummel, but the first Battle Trance is so good. Upgrade what? True Grit? Got a couple more card rewards coming up. It's gonna be okay. This would be a decent fight for the regen potion, actually. Fortunately, 3 strikes won't split this slime in 2. Let's see what Discovery has to say. What about the Sever Soul? This will do 19 plus 18. Mathulator. $37. That'll do it. I think I defend first to increase the chance that I redraw the block. Yeah, then we go defend cleave here. Try to kill them next turn. Plan on using the regen potion in the next fight. Might have been correct to use here, though. Only 19? How awkward. What if Rampage increases damage every time you draw it? Oh, that'd be kind of cool. But since Ironclad has no way to discard cards from his hand, those would be pretty similar functionally. Make it a lot better with Snecko Eye, though. I'm going to block twice, but I'm going to regret this, I think. Probably better to take the 3 here, actually. Let's do this. I know when I'm going to regret something. Yeah, exactly. Still did. Dang. What an awkward time. Alright, fine. Jeez. Well, I'm about to take a Sever Soul. I don't think so. More strength. Well, I definitely should have taken the Pummel. Could go this way now, but then there's less rest sites. It's not worth it. And the brutal encounters continue. Jeez. You're in for a tough time, my friends. This is where I'm going to use the regen potion, because I'm pretty sure I will die immediately if I don't. Cleave, strike would kill. I think it's better to go defend True Grit. I won't be able to kill the slime next turn. Ugh. Just not enough energy per turn to deal with this currently. Either we take huge damage or we... Yeah. It's not a question of which one we do. We do. And there's absolutely no mercy from the slime here. It will never cease. Well, now I finally have no choice. I will hit you. Unceasing damage. I think we're fine now, though. Thankfully. World's best limit break, and yet we need the pummel strike. Heck it, I'll do it anyway. We're so screwed. Anger the mushrooms. If I die here, so be it. In fact, that might be for the best. Got cleave with 3 strength, it'll have to do. That is a spooky turn. Discovery's gonna have to bail me out so hard. Actually, wait, I think Bash Strike cleanly kills these two, right? Because Strike does 12, Bash will do 14, so yeah, we actually just win. Cool. Good job, Cleave. Now we take less damage from vulnerability. I'll take an Iron Wave? Question mark? Looks like I kind of need to. Better question. Can I get away with a lift? The odd mushroom and an Iron Wave? I think I can. I'm going to lift. And we're really, really, really going to hope I get a heal from the event. Yeah! -2 strength on this knob, or deal 17 more damage and delete 1 defend. I'll take the damage and delete. Even refuse the card removal? Yes, enthusiastically. We certainly wouldn't want to remove a strike right now. I guess I could remove a defend, but no, we want the current health so that we get through the elite fight. If we make it to the Guardian, we're going to get to Act 2, and that's the important part. Just get to Act 2, get a boss relic, and we can figure out how to sort the run from there. We're only a few good cards away from this run actually totally dominating things. And a couple Gurya lifts could really change things too. Not worth it to break. Might have to take a hit next turn. Oh, you're weakened too. Thank you, Champion Belt. Really love an uppercut or something. Battle Trance does make the knob angrier. I don't think I care. So I get to play Irony Wave. It's 10, not enough to kill. So I'm going Flame, Iron Wave, Cleave. Hopefully kill next turn. If we don't draw a kill, we have a problem. We did draw a kill, thanks to the Sever Soul. Alright, not a problem. Get the Courier, which will reward us for holding on to all this money eventually. 19 health and still no potions. Real paucity of potions this act. I think for the sake of our hit points, I might need to rest? There's certainly a chance we get killed by Guardian if I choose to lift or upgrade at the fire here. I might be willing to take that chance just because we're in a relatively weak position, but I also can think that the best way for Ironclad to win the run is just to beat the current act boss and get a boss relic. Don't need any cards here to beat Guardian. We're not going to add any of these. We're just going to sleep. As much as I'd like to lift, I'm going to sleep. And we'll fight Guardian as such. take a heavy blade for this fight. It's actually really good right now. Alright, well if I don't, that would be my turn 1. I don't think... that I would have rested, but I like that we're here. I'm gonna play the triggers. We still might take a bunch of damage too, actually. I can't transform them on this turn, and I can't block, so we take 10 here. Remember, we only had 19 health before I rested, so I'd be on 9. Although I also would have 2 more strength, so the boss would have less health. Fine, draw next turn. So here I'd take another 6. I still do, but... you get the idea. Yeah, not enough to transform immediately. Could have made it through just barely with the lift. But I'm pretty happy with the choice that I made. We'll have a few more hit points going into the next act as a result. And given that we have Gurya for innate strength, have it in Flame Plus, have a limit break, it's very hard for me to turn down a Reaper here, dealing damage to all enemies and then healing us based on how much damage the Reaper dealt. That's pretty spicy. Sinsol Jax, thanks for 9 months of support. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. Really excited to successfully complete this year-long Spire challenge. I think we're definitely on pace. I agree. With a limit break, we don't really need demon form. We can scale our strength by simply playing the limit break multiple times if we upgrade it. Or even better yet, just getting more upfront strength, such that when you play the limit break, you have so much strength that it's like you played demon form 10 turns ago. Hurt the yurt. I like that, Matt Warbuckle. I haven't explored rhyming non-alliterative Slay the Spire titles. Because Slay the Spire is alliterative but doesn't rhyme, I suppose. Impervious is also pretty good here, but Demon Form is the card I would least like to take, especially with Gurya. We want a Reaper 100%. Alright, that's not the world's worst fusion hammer at all. If we wanted to go to 4 energy, hammer is passable. Why? Because with Gurya on 1 and without our red key, we have to use 3 rest sites, 2 for lifts and 1 for the key in order to maximize our rewards anyway. There's also a few ways to get around the downside of fusion hammers, such as by finding an apotheosis in a shop that can upgrade all of our cards. Means we'll have never upgraded a True Grit, we'll have never upgraded Limit Break, but honestly, I don't think those are going to be huge concerns. We also have lots of money to spend in shops, which leads me to believe that we can get some good stuff done there. We don't see good cards anyway, why not take Busted Crown? There's definitely cards we would love to add to this deck. Randomly upgraded cards, more sources of strength, additional copies of Limit Break, just to name a few. That's right, we could also find egg relics so that we can get upgraded cards. Or, best of all, sometimes you just offered upgraded cards at random. And if that happens with Fusion Hammer, it's kind of free. Black Blood could also be kind of interesting, but it's not that compelling with Reaper healing us. But I would always take Fusion Hammer over Crown here. Well, chat said we wanted an early Act 2 shop. I barely have a choice in the matter. Good. Barely have a choice. I'm liking this path. Given that we have a Fusion Hammer, we should go Elite Hunting. Since we can't upgrade our cards at rest sites, what we should do is trade our hit points for relics and money. Use that to get stronger. We also want the higher rarity card rewards dropped by elites. So we lift one here, so fight one elite with 2 strength, and then we get to lift again before the other 2. Beautiful. Any other viable paths? We could go here and then lift twice here, but then we only get 2 elites. I want the 3rd elite. I need it. Alright, birds are actually a huge problem for me because I can't hurt them and they hurt me. Ow. My face, though. Maybe use the explosive potion here, but it won't change this turn. Please, no. Okay. Can get back the discovery, too. That's interesting. Roll the dice again. Or I can limit break for 8 more strength, which is what I'm going to do. And then take a whole bunch of damage. So this will heal me for 30? Okay. Let's do 11. So I can kill one or the other, but not both. Not bad. Definitely ended that fight with more health than we entered it. I love these options. Disarm causes the enemy to lose 2 strength permanently. Pretty good card, generally speaking. Especially for the late game. But what about Thunderclap? Thunderclap does a little bit of damage to all enemies. We have good strength, so it'll be a lot of damage to all enemies. Makes them all vulnerable for 1 turn for bonus damage, but also makes them all weak for 1 turn with the champion belt. And that's where Thunderclap actually becomes good. This is 1 weak, 1 vuln to every enemy. Give me that. Oh, this deck super wants mutagenic strength. Start each combat with 3 strength at the end. Actually, or do we want Jax? Although this is never upgradable Jax. Lose 3 health for 2 strength. I think we want the strength on turn 1, honestly. The mutagenic strength. That way with 3 lifts, we'll have 6 strength on turn 1. If we draw Limit Break on turn 1, it'll be plus 6 strength. I like that. I like that a lot. Very interesting store here. Ceramic fish and cauldron, certainly not what I'm looking for. Helix is interesting, though. But the first time we lose health, each combat is absolutely a game changer. We can just completely ignore a big enemy attack. And I think, yes, there are many, many very good arguments to be made for buying Helix within our price range here. We're not going to another shop later, so there's very little reason not to spend all of our cash. This first Relic Ceramic Fish says, whenever you add a card to your deck, gain 9 gold. Bit of a weird one. Would take a long time to get the money back. Best news is we might even be able to buy another relic that's under the Helix here. Now, Molten Egg's out of our price range. Alright, we'll go for a card removal. Honestly, I think it is time to remove Defends, because this deck does really big damage with strikes. And we currently don't have a Corruption. Could buy a Blind. Could buy a Potion. Potion's somewhat compelling, actually. An attack potion for that elite fight is... It's going to be really, really effective, actually. It's only 44 gold, let's do it. Helix very good here, too. Can't kill one, but I can essentially full block here. Neilzo, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Hope you enjoy your stay. That'll be 12 to all. 12 plus 13 won't kill. This one. They have the same health. Full HP. And 2 potions for this elite. And an uppercut. Apply 2 weaken and 1 vulnerable. Again, benefiting from the champion belt. I'll be taking that. Group of bandits wearing large red masks. I'm really hoping this turns into a run that later finds a bag of marbles so we can have our enemies start with 2 stacks of weak. I'll definitely fight these nerds, although we don't have much money. It's almost always better to fight them if you can to get their money and card rewards, plus the red mask. He also has been enjoying the content a lot lately. Glad to hear it. Truly glad. So I could double tap Reaper here. Of course, that doesn't heal us for much. It will do 16 to all enemies, but I think I'd rather kill Pointy here so I can keep my buffer. Thinking about Explosive Potion. I think I will. Might not be able to kill Bear on this turn, though. Definitely doesn't seem that way. Maybe I was meant to kill Bear instead of Romeo second. Sure can't block for much. So I'll do it this way. Alright, I'm not particularly concerned. Actually, given that I can even get some of that health back right away. Yeah, not particularly concerned, and we do in fact find a potion. That's why I was happy to use the Explosive Potion. Figured our potion chance was fairly high. Upgraded Dark Embrace. We have this. We have enough exhaust for upgraded Dark Embrace to seem really good. I like a Sword Boomerang for scaling with our strength multiple times, but it's not upgraded like the Dark Embrace is. So I'm going to take the green card. And we're going to lift. Now, with 2 out of 3 points of strength, plus 3 on turn 1, I feel like we're going to be very capable here. Come on, Thunderclap. Yeah. All right, now it's attack potion time. We bought this potion for a reason. Here's the reason. Pumel. Is the upgrade potion worth it? I don't think so. I think we got everything that we need. Now it's time to bonk. See, we do 19 plus 21. Wow, okay. So you're telling me I can do this. Basically perfect. Just missing one hit point here. We get the Unceasing Top. Oof. Oof. Not a card, not a relic that we wanted. This draws us a card if we ever end up with no cards in hand. But unfortunately, that's going to be pretty rare. What I will take is another way to gain strength. Spot weakness is reusable strength gain, but only works if an enemy is attacking. Still super good. Relic for a curse? Not interested. We're going to lift our third time and bop 2 more elites. That's the plan. That's the plan. Mr. Baconudo, if you were to take a well-deserved break from work, would that make you Mr. Baconudo? Ooh, Warpaint. This is going to upgrade 2 random skills. This could be the way that our Battle Trance gets upgraded, our Spot Weakness gets upgraded, our True Grit gets upgraded, or maybe our Limit Break. We got the Battle Trance, I'll take it. And the Defend upgrade might even help. Don't worry about it. But I'm really, really happy with that Battle Trance upgrade. Alright, fools, it's Strongening time. That means your death is upon you. Limit Break, Reaper Cleave, yes. Heal for 1. Optimal. Is Thunderclap actually better than Shockwave in this deck? I think it might be. Just have 2 Thunderclaps and an Uppercut as the way that we just keep everything weak and vulnerable all the time. But instead of playing a skill one time, we're also playing attacks that do huge damage. I do have a Dark Embrace, though, so that does speak somewhat to Shockwave, but only somewhat. 2 is where we're going to stop on Thunderclaps, just for the record, as well. Don't want more than that. Beautiful. Not beautiful. I repeat, not beautiful. I don't want a barricade. Give me a Iron Wave, I guess. Fair enough. Just heal back to full. It's only 1 hit point difference, but might as well. Satisfying. And there it is, the bag of marbles. Yes. At the start of each combat, apply 1 vulnerable to all enemies, which applies 1 weak to all enemies, which stacks with the red mask. So our enemies will start combat with 2 turns of weaken. Really like a headbutt in a deck like this to give us control over stuff like spot weakness, battle trance, or the Reaper. So we'll pick that up as well. And you better believe I'll transform a strike into something else. What do you got for me, game? A Carnage. That's probably a better card. These nerds are back. Welcome back, nerds. Enjoy your destruction. Look at that. 2 turns of weakness. Thunderclap Strike. I'd like this man to be dead. Or I could go in Flame Strike, interestingly. Better to do this, though. Kind of built our own shockwave. It's rather cool. So much damage output. There's one of the ways to mitigate the fusion hammer we predicted. A toxic egg ensures that all skills will be upgraded, such as this Second Wind Plus or a Burning Pact Plus. I'm personally inclined to take Burning Pact, but both have potential use. Who says, what do I want more at this point? Bottled Lightning, Bag of Preparation, or Clockwork Souvenir? Definitely all of the above. I would take Bag of Prep, preferentially. Dropkick's also pretty powerful here, right? We have a lot of ways to apply Vulnerable, of course. So it's like a free attack. Tempting. I think the Snecko Oil is actually pretty good, too. Since I'm at full health, there's no reason not to recall here. We might have useless rest sites in Act 3. That's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna go Limit Break, and I do want to play Carnage for 48. I do. Could have used the Blessing of the Forge to upgrade that Limit Break, but I think 9 initial strength ought to be plenty here. Fortunately, no way to save our buffer for the Collector's attack. But I can do this. Weakness blocks for 6. Oh, also I need the Thunderclap to kill. Draw with Dark Embrace. Weaken you. Free 2 energy, or energy and draw. I want the energy and the draw. We're about to become weakened, so this is probably the best time to play Reaper, I imagine. Along with a couple more copies of Thunderclap for more damage and debuff stacks here. And our job is to finish the Collector before things get complicated here. I'm going to headbutt the Carnage so that I get one more draw next turn. That's a kill. Cool. Clean fight. GG. And now we are offered an Offering Plus. Lose 6 health, gain 2 energy, draw 5. That's a mighty powerful rare here. Pretty shocking how different our Act 1 and Act 2 were. We really struggled through the first act, but now that we've picked up the 3 and 8 strength and gotten our 4th energy, this deck is really starting to hum. I think Offering will help it hum even further. We do take reduced damage from Vulnerable, which makes Berserk somewhat of a potential consideration here, allowing us to gain additional energy every turn. Although not the turn we draw the Berserk, which is the key problem with Berserk. Do I think we're ready for Heart? I think we'll be ready for Heart with a couple more, with another boss relic. I think we will be pretty soon. The Reaper alone won't be enough to keep us alive unless the Helix does some good work for us. I am taking Offering here. I guess I'm okay with Runic Dome. We've got a Reaper for healing. Although Dome and Helix are awkward. What I don't want to do is give the Heart additional strength. Do the do. Thank you so much for 26 months. So glad to have you, and I'm glad I've helped you maintain your sanity in these very unusual times. How far from a skip is this? Dome is... I think Dome is better than Tiny House. So pretty far from a skip. Dome is at least half of a boss relic worth here for me, I would say. The other two are pretty bad. The minus draws the Mark of Pain difficult, but not unmanageable. Remember, we've got a Burning Pact and an Offering and a Dark Embrace Plus, so we could actually reasonably deal with the Mark of Pain. But the bad draws will inevitably really, really hurt us. Philo Stone could also be big. If I'd taken the Disarm earlier, I'd be more okay with Philosopher's Stone. Gray Silver says, how often do I worry about generating enough block with Clad? Constantly. This dude is a struggle to get enough block sometimes, although some of his cards can really, really, really make it quite easy. But an important thing to keep in mind is that you don't necessarily need block in the traditional sense. You don't need to generate block by playing cards that say gain block on them. You can also get block indirectly from relics, or you can increase your durability by gaining max health, by inflicting minus strength debuffs on enemies, or weak debuffs on enemies, or by healing mid-combat. All ways to survive the nasty stuff. Currently thinking something like this. Deliberately avoiding the rest sites, because they're not good. I have to go to 2, so I'll probably get 1 useless one this act. I imagine one of the rests will actually give me health, but that really depends on what Reaper does. That's so dumb. Huh? Alright, I'm just gonna kill the front one outright. Seem to have guessed correctly. Buffer blocking the Offering is not a bad thing. We are not going to often care what our enemies are doing, as we may simply destroy them. I actually really like this Sentinel as a Burning Pact target. Get a few more blocks in here. Whirlwind is pretty spicy as we gain strength, actually. Do I need a card like Whirlwind? It would help a lot in Spire, Shield, and Spear. Food for thought. I'll happily look at 3 cards here. 1, we can heal back the 10 HP easily. 2, we have a Toxic Egg, and most colorless cards are skills. There's potential to find some really, really good stuff here, like Apotheosis Plus or Master Strategy Plus are the 2 things I'm most looking forward to finding, but Dark Shackles Plus could also be really good. There's Master Strategy. Yeah, look at these. 3 upgraded rare colorless cards from one of the 3. 2 more upgraded ones here, and an unupgraded rare. Madness Plus, Flash of Steel, and Violence Plus. Violence is kind of like Master Strategy. Draw 4 cards, except they're specifically for attacks. Convoluted Combo says, Spot Weakness tells you if an enemy is attacking, right? Even with Dome? Yes, but you have to play it to find out. And you might end up wasting it by doing so. Definitely going to take this Master Strategy Plus. Madness is interesting. Madness is really interesting. I think we just want the upfront draw. And if I want a Thinking Ahead or a Secret Weapon for a specific attack, actually seems really good. Give me all the card manipulation stuff, please. That was a fantastic event. We just got 3 upgraded rare colorless cards added to the deck, all at the same time. Does not get much better than that. Hey, Zizzy. Okay, we're past our allowance. We have to take some strength scaling attacks. Boomerang. Only hits 3 times our strength. Really wishing we had that pummel from earlier. What did I take instead of pummel? Battle Trance. I don't regret that. Do not regret that at all. There's a lot of attacks in the draw pile. This fight with Runic Dome is pretty scary, as I've got no way of knowing what the Writhing Mass is or is not doing, which definitely complicates matters. We may get cursed, but we may not. There's no way to know. We're not cursed, but we were made weak and vuln, and then bad things happened. Dang it. Now we're cursed. Fair enough. Good news is you can't get cursed again. Curse me once, shame on me. Curse me twice. You can't get cursed again. Yeah. Don't mind the parasite so much if I've got an upgraded True Grit I can use to get rid of it. Let's do that. I can also remove it at the shop, but... Options. Frozen Eye is interesting in particular. Letting us see the exact order of our draw pile could help us use our crazy draw power a lot better. The more card draw you have, the better Frozen Eye gets, and I think this is absolutely a deck with a lot of card draw. So I think that must by definition make Frozen Eye exceedingly good here. I'll pick it up. Art of War gives us energy if we play no attacks. That seems unlikely. Card removal looking good. Puzzle looking okay. Puzzle bit weird with A offering B Helix. I think I'm going to intentionally delete another strike here. Yes, I know we have a curse in the deck. I'm deliberately not removing it because doing so will cost me max health. And I would prefer not to. Lose that max health. This fight could go awry in so many ways. Especially with Dome. Especially with Dome. Contemplating using this Neko Oil right now. Can do it. Perfect. It's not even worth trying to block. Okay, please don't murder me on this turn. Actually, do whatever you want. But the Burning Pact. You even attacking me? Yes. Well done. Secret weapon for headbutt, but I can't headbutt anything important. Don't do that. Ha! And that's why I keep the Parasite. Easy. Now we get 1 strength for every curse that's in our deck. That's currently 2 curses because somebody didn't remove the Parasite. And a casual Impervious Plus. So yes, that means we start combat with 5, count 'em, 5 points of strength in a deck with a limit break. It's good stuff. Absolutely rigged. 12 cards, match them to keep them. Do I want to power through plus? Maybe. Don't think I want a Juggernaut. I could take a curse on purpose here. I don't think that's worth it, though. No, okay. We could have gone curse searching. Look at that 8 strength on turn 1. Look at this devastation. Just brutal. It's time for one more boomerang. I should probably use the Frozen Eye a little bit more here in these fights. Fun timing, sir. Ooh, hard to go wrong with Exhume, letting us get a card back from the exhaust pile. It's the way to return Limit Break to our hand. We could take a Red Skull, gaining more strength below half health. We could also use Exhume to get back Reaper, too. Another thing I like a lot here, we could use Ancient Potion to block Vulnerable against Heart. Actually, with the Odd Mushroom, I don't want to do that. Unless it matters with Weaken. Math time. 2 times 1.25 times 0.75 is 1.875. So it will be 1 by 15 with Weaken. Okay, cool. So this Ancient Potion basically does nothing. That's what I learned because of Odd Mushroom. But it would work on the mutagenic strength. So this is a 3 strength potion. I don't think I need that. Purity Plus also rather interesting here, letting me exhaust up to 5 cards in my hand. With Dark Embrace, that's a lot of card draw. So do I remove? Do I Purity? Do I do neither of these things? Problem is, with only 1 Dark Embrace, I think I'm going to save my cash for the last shop. We'll remove a card there if we want to, but I'd rather have more options for what I can purchase. All right, Reptomancer. All right, let me actually look at what we're going to draw here. Draw 4 from Master Strategy, then Shrug into Exhume lets me do it again, and then we get Dark Embrace. Secret weapon would I like? With 11 strength, Thunderclap should kill here. That's a pretty good one. Next turn we have Battle Trance into Violence. If I can draw one more... It's a good reason to grab the Cleave, actually. Also draw one with True Grit or something. Actually, we'll draw one because of Ascender's Bane, right? So I'm going to draw the Violence. Which means I should do this. Could headbutt the spot weakness and get a bit more strength that way. Top card is Limit Break. Let's do that. Oh, because we have a kill? What the heck? Wow, this deck slaps. Smiling Mask makes card removals cheaper. I guess I could have bought one at both shops. And 3 unupgraded attacks, the likes of which I will not be taking. There's nothing I can do here. Disappointed. Nemesis returns. Shrug would draw me Dark Embrace. Okay, let's do that before I play Discovery. And I'll take a Feel No Pain. Feel No Pain would draw a Sentinel. Or, I think he would draw a Sentinel. This is a bad draw for next turn. So I need to play the True Grit to protect my buffer. That's what I learned. Then we're okay this turn, basically, no matter what happens. Thank you, buffer. Well, he won't be doing that again. We don't get to do a lot of damage here. Okay, we are being attacked. It has to be the ×3 multi-attack. Let's get Thunderclap. So we must endure one more turn. This could be any kind of attack, or it could be no attack at all. And I know I'm drawing Reaper next turn, so let's just go Thunderclap Bash. If we take damage, we can just heal it. Ornamental Fan, not the boot. Each time we play 3 attacks in one turn, gain 4 block, and what's that? An upgraded Feel No Pain to give me 4 block per exhausted card. Heck yeah. There's a lot of things we can do with that. But can we kill the Transient? That's the better question. Can we KO the Transient? Let's see, Limp Break coming up. Can't get to the strength cards very easily. Ha! Luck. Wasn't sure what that was going to hit, but I didn't think it was going to get anything good. Funny. Wind is fine. Already at minus 48. That too. This deck sure draws a lot of cards. Kind of insane. Transient here attacks for an escalating amount of damage every turn. As long as we're ourselves able to escalate our damage, and with the Exhumed Limit Break we sure can, then we'll have very little problem here. Merle, thanks for that. Raid of 78. Welcome, welcome, my cozy friends. You're just in time to see the Transient get murdered by this Ironclad. Get out of here, stinky Transient. Nice. How's that for a welcoming party? You folks don't know him, Merle is a wonderful streamer in the Slay the Spire community. Incredible watcher player in particular. He's been doing kind of for fun A20 runs lately. And is a really chill dude. If you're joining me from Merle's and you like Slay the Spire, well, guess what? You're in the right place. Currently on a quest to get 400 wins against the A20 Heart in 2022. This Rage Plus is almost good enough to take. Almost. I'm going to lose the Stinky Snecko Oil because I don't trust it. Although maybe I should have trusted it because I have Frozen Eye. I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to waste one more rest. And we're going to head into our first Act 3 boss, Tim the Time Eater. Now, Tim's a heck of a dude. Tim will end our turn every time we play 12 cards. Which may or may not be a good thing for us. Let's see. Nothing to headbutt. Really want that Dark Embrace in play. And Shrug. I can headbutt an attack and play it again, but I can't headbutt the Shrug and silence it. This came from one of those nightmare alchemized silent runs. Yeah, that's good stuff. I know the feels. I'm not going to be able to play the requisite number of cards this turn. Well... at least do pretty good damage here on turn 1. As long as we do, I think, 25 block, we should be safe from harm this turn. What's my next turn going to look like? Dark Embrace, Spot Weakness, Defend? Not thrilled. That's a good first turn attack to get, though. Are you attacking me again? Yes. Okay, I will play the defend then. Couldn't play the discovery there because of our turn being forcibly ended. A tragic fate, to be sure. So draw 4 gets me to Inflame. Go Inflame. Limit Break. Exhume. Limit Break. Time Eater, you are very screwed now. Just gonna put that out there. You are in trouble. And I have a lot of health. That's not quite a kill, huh? Blessing the Forge wins the fight here. That's funny. Don't really need that to be the case, though. Let's just do... let's just do Boomerang Cleave. It's fine. Draw 1. GG. Next up, the Shapes Brothers, Donu and Dekka. No uncertainty with Runic Dome here. These entities have a fixed attack pattern to them. Starting on turn 1, Dekka attacks for 12 by 2, and then they alternate attacks every round. So Dekka attacks, then Donu attacks, then Dekka attacks, then Donu attacks. On the non-attack turns, Dekka will block for both of them, while Donu will increase their strength. So, give me the strength here. I'm going to kill Donu first. Take 12. This way my Thunderclap works this turn. I can Burning Pact the Sentinel, but Dark Embrace is pretty far down. Evolve sounds passable. It's not that much help, actually. So I'm going to draw 3, right? So I draw Parasite, Strike, Strike. That's sad. I'm not even... well, I need to draw, though. Yeah. Heck. Fine. Might be necessary to take a whole bunch of damage early on in some combats. Just spooky stuff, but it is where we're at. Can always exhume the Reaper in this one. Oops. Forgot I was going to do that. We have Unceasing Top Frozen Eye, and I only just noticed this. Okay, this is a great turn. Next turn. I would like my spot weakness back, I think. Deca will attack this turn. I'd actually like to get the Reaper back. You weakened? You're not. Although we have to rest after this anyway, so it really doesn't matter whether I do or don't get Reaper back. Might as well, right? When in Rome. GG. Two thump, two thump, two thump. A deep pulsing dread be felt throughout the room. Is this of the heart of the spire, the source of all this strengthening? You ready your sword and slap that heart for 2041. Good year. Elite Nanas, thanks so much for 28 months. Wowee. If only I had ceramic fish. Orange pellets are kind of interesting. We play a power attack and skill in the same turn, we remove all of our debuffs. Now that debuff could include the 3 strength down from turn 1. It can also include weak, vulnerable, and frail from the heart. The vulnerable doesn't make us take much additional damage, but it's still nice to clear. Havoc plus with Frozen Eye actually seems really good too. Play the top card of the draw pile and exhaust it. Given I have a lot of control over what that is, actually Havoc seems really good. I would like Reaper and another Havoc quite heavily. I might even want double Dark Embrace in this deck. I think one will be sufficient. Oh, there's a Fiend Fire there. Actually, I'll take the... I can't do Shrug Plus and Card Remove. Shrug Plus or Card Remove. Interesting. True Grits are better anyway. Let's lose 1 strike. Maybe it was better to lose defend. Oh well. Gonna have this Blessing of the Forge to upgrade our key cards here. We can use it to upgrade Limit Break in a key fight, or we can use it to upgrade the Sword Boomerangs for more damage. Spear always attacks on turn 1, so this Spot Weakness is gonna do the thing. This actually looks like a decent time for the Attack Potion. Is that the Attack Potion I bought? No, I used that against the Slavers. It's a new one. No other way to draw cards. Okay, what have you got? Immolator Dropkick. Dropkick gets me to the Boomerang. Immolate just does a ton of damage this turn. More damage we can do on turn 1, the better this fight's outcome is going to be for us. I need to do some math. Also free immolate, right? Let's take the immolate. Yeah, that upgrade would have been worth it. This is fine, though. Getting rid of the shield so early means we should be alright. I just need to make sure we can get back our health with the Reaper. We definitely can. And wow, Toy Ornithopter healing me 5 when I use a potion, and a fairy in a bottle allowing me to survive dying. That's definitely going to help when it comes to dealing with the hard fight. I'm thinking about this rage. Is armaments any good? Letting us upgrade other cards in hand? I think with the Blessing of the Forge, it's pretty bad, because we can just use the potion to upgrade whatever card is most important to get upgraded. Rage would have been a lot better if I'd taken the second Dark Embrace. Still pretty good. Alright, let's give this Rage a try. See if it does anything for us. Here it is on turn 1. Limit Break on top. Tribute the Reaper. There are 2 Reapers now, right? That's right. I can't do both. Okay, so we'll play the Violence, see what happens here. Double Thunderclap can at least extend the vulnerable for a bit. Could upgrade Boomerang and 1 Reaper. That doesn't seem worth it. What am I actually looking to upgrade? I think it's Limit Break. Possibly the second time. We Limit Break, I Exhume it, then I upgrade it. That's fun. Okay. Here's the part. Actually, with the burn, I can't even use the buffer, period. Unless I Blessing of the Forge to upgrade the Iron Wave. No way to draw anything here. But if this is the multi-hit, then it's just a waste. And I can't play Iron Wave and Limit Break. That's the problem here. So Limit Break would go to the discard pile, and I'd have only 5 strength. This will be 5 block with Frail. Parasite, Defend, Exhume, Discovery on top. There's no way to draw one? Oh, there is! I need to Secret Weapon to Cleave so that I get the Offering next turn. I'll have Reaper? Okay, that means we want to just use the Limit Break now. Alright, so the deal is we want to draw the Offering next turn. We get 5 cards drawn. If we Secret Weapon the card that's otherwise in the hand of 5, this card will be absent. We'll draw Parasite, Defend, Exhume, Discovery, Offering. That's the plan. It was a multi-attack anyway, so glad I used the buffer in the way that I did. Now this is the big hit. So I want Discovery to not get destroyed. Do the following. Zoom Limit Break here. Then Battle Trance? It's a shame Dark Embrace ended up so far down in the deck. It's okay, though. Upgrading that True Grit seems helpful. So if I do that, I'm going to draw a True Grit Burning Pact, then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's such a crap hand, though. Can't tolerate that. Rather play the Burning Pact on the slimes, draw 1, 2, 3. Like a Havoc, Shrug. We get the Impervious on the next turn. Okay. Okay. So now we upgrade stuff. This +4 strength. Play this next. Gain even more strength. Keep those debuffs going. Top me up. Since the heart is weak and we are vulnerable with reduced vulnerable damage, this should only be about 40 damage. Could play Battle Trance at the end there, actually. It was worth a thought. So I miscounted. Havoc the Bash sounds great. And then no more cards are drawn, because I want the Impervious. Feel No Pain, Dark Embrace next turn. This way. Please headbutt Reaper. Or Limit Break, actually. We're at 35. That's probably enough. Okay, this will be the multi-hit. 3x15. We can cap out damage this turn. The heart is buffing next turn. Should be able to win pretty cleanly from there. I think I might even be able to... It doesn't matter, right? Because I just go Reaper... Boomerang here. Fairy friend's gonna get free today. He's gonna like it. GG, Twitch chat. Downed by a strike. GG. Take that fairy to the bank and run away with it. Not too shabby at all. GG. Be free, fairy friend. Be free. Now what? Has it been done? The spire sleepeth, and so... Shall I? Yeah. Casual 128 damage taken from Heart with a max of 75 HP. That proves... So, this was a great example. Much earlier in the run, I was asked, how important is it, or how much are you thinking about how to block the late game as the Ironclad? And sometimes the answer is you don't actually use block. You use damage mitigation in other forms, such as reducing the amount of additional damage you take from statuses, reducing the amount of damage the enemy deals with our own statuses, and healing ourselves back multiple times with Reaper here. All without any max health gain. This run had 75 max HP the whole time, and that turned out to be plenty. GG. Very comfortable dome win. GG. Alright, next up is the Silent. I'd like to get another win done today at minimum here. Our Lady in Green. Before I jump into a run with her, though, I am going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water. See if I can clear my head a little bit here. I'll be back in 5 to 10 for some more Spire. Till then, hang tight, don't go nowhere. See y'all in just a few. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Thank you so much for that patience. I'm like oddly tempted to throw runs such that we get an even 30, 50, 40, 20 split on the losses. That doesn't sound right. No manipulating the data, Baylor. That's rude. That's rude. Hello and welcome, by the way, DDR Sam and Mongrel Zero. Have a seat, get cozy, and get ready for some Spire slaying as we embark with the silent here. Let's go. Hello again. We do another colorless card start. I actually like it quite a bit on the silence. Who does need the help most of all in the early game? What a brutal act layout. Holy moly. I missed a dad joke during the heart fight. Well, Aorta have come up with a joke by now, since I've had plenty of time. Am I not going to take the rare relic? It's really hard to take 15 damage as your shredding bonus in Act 1, and it's even harder to do it if there's a slime boss at the end of the act. Those 15 hit points are very, very valuable. But I will consider it, and we still might conclude that that is the pick. Pretty tough to have a path that isn't horribly murderous. If we could maybe tackle the floor 6 elite, we could have something reasonably decent here. Well, not even really. There's a shortage of rest nodes, and the elites are all too early in the act. Definitely makes things very awkward here. Merle says, I had a Jawworm deal 14 to me today with the base deck plus dash and dramatic entrance. Really seems highly unlikely that would even happen, but yet. Well, for situations like that, you just gotta choose violence. I think I want to do another colorless card start. Something like a trip or a dramatic entrance, maybe just a finesse or a flash of steel. All could be really useful here. Here's the trip. 0 cost, apply 2 vuln. Very, very useful to silent in the early game. I think I've taken a jack of all trades at the start of the run once. And that actually was kind of decent. It's better if you've got something like a letter opener, an incentive to play a lot of 0 cost cards on your turn. Silent does kind of trend towards that. But I'm very happy with Trip here. 0 cost, apply 2 vuln, lets us hit a lot harder with the strikes in these early combats, and might give us the oomph we need to be able to tackle an early elite or something. I'm thinking... Actually, let's take a whole bunch of combats. We need to get prepared with card rewards, so let's try this. Best of all, we're quite likely to draw the Trip on turn 1 with the Ring of the Snake. And from here we have options. Am I going to upgrade that trip? Maybe. It's not a high priority for me. I wonder if this is ever Strike Survivor. I don't think so. This is Strike over Defend, though. Need to kill the Jawworm quickly, lest it overwhelm us with the constantly escalating strength gain. That's fine. Get our first potion. 5 decks for 1 turn. And we're offered a Sucker Punch, a Dagger Spray, or an Expertise. Having an area damage card makes me more likely to want to upgrade the Trip, which makes it apply vulnerable to all enemies. That could be particularly useful against the Slime Boss, but I imagine we're going to not have very many upgrades this act, so I don't think it's going to happen. Certainly, since we're fighting the Slime Boss at the end of the act, Dagger Spray is very useful, dealing damage to every enemy. It's also helpful if I want to take on a large number of combats to help me deal with the more threatening later encounters of Act 1. Sucker Punch is not bad early game either. Applying 1 turn of Weaken is acceptable, if not great. Wow, Trip really putting in work here. 2-turn Cultist fight. I'm actually quite happy with a slice. 0 cost, deal a little bit more damage. It's like having 1 more free strike in the deck. And for Silent, that's pretty good. At least for Silent on floor 2, it's very good. Bane's not that good if you don't have any poison yet. And I don't tend to find Blur very good without a surplus of block. At its base, it's just a 1 cost, gain 5 block, the exact same as a Defend. If you're not able to make use of the Retain block effect. So adding another Defend to the deck is no thank you for me. Get him. Could actually kill the front one here. Suppose I have no reason not to. Alright, with the Trip, we absolutely crush those early combats. Blade Dance, Blur, or Acro. Certainly feels like we still need more damage, so Blade Dance is probably going to have to do. Giving us 3 shivs for 1 energy. Blur looking a lot better with these potions, I'll have to say. But early in a Silent run, particularly if you want to take on early elites, you need to get the damage. That's also how you get past Slime Boss. So, Blade Dance it'll be. I think I will continue to take fights. Fight! This is probably where I use Speed Potion. I expect we're going to be dropping a potion shortly. So I'm going to trade it for 5 hit points. Ooh. Although Malaise doesn't necessarily help me that much right now, it's a very, very good card for later, letting us spend energy to sap strength from a foe. Would be really good against Hexaghost or the Guardian Act bosses, but we're not fighting either of those. Not very good against Act 1 elites either. But so good later on that I'll happily carry it around for now. Definitely want to kill the slime first. This would be 12. Uh, 21, 28. So if I neutralize the slime, I can kill it, huh? It's probably worth it. Not too bad. We still have really good health. And I think a Backstab is an excellent early pickup here. 0 cost, deal 11 guaranteed on turn 1. That's probably the oomph we need to go through the red path here. Still might not be enough, but it helps a lot. Let's see what happens. First up, it's Gremlin Knob. No trip on turn 1. But we do some decent damage here. It's definitely going to be a 3-turn fight at minimum. Pretty sure we have to play Blade Dance. Which means we're gonna hurt. Didn't draw Malaise. Ouch. This is basically all of my health gone then. I'll have to rest. Get the boot and a regen potion though, those both help. Finisher copies the number of attacks played before it. I really don't like Finisher that much, but it does seem like it goes well with what we have. By the way, the boot's actually pretty decent with Blade Dance and Dagger Spray. Okay. Finisher it is. And I'll rest. And use the regen potion. Upgrading Finisher could be a thing. Upgrading Dagger Spray could be a thing. This has to last for 2 elite fights maybe, though? Already quite worried. The boot value. Question is, do I Dex Potion here? I think that I will. And that's why I usually don't draft Finisher. Plain and simple. Actually, it does work here though, right? Good enough. You're next. Okay, that went very smoothly, and we got a decent potion back, and we get upgrades to make up for what we lost. And given that I picked up a Finisher, I'll take one more Blade Dance, especially since that Blade Dance might be about to be upgraded. No, but the Malaise did. That's good. Okay, we actually came through the other side of this in a lot better shape than you'd imagine. And I'm starting to feel like we might be okay. We also get a point of dexterity, so our blocks are a little bit blockier now. This Defend Plus blocks for 9. That's going to help us stay alive. And this dude is super dead. Six times 7. Dodge roll with this Moonstone is actually pretty okay. Might be a little extraneous here. Does make the Finisher a little bit less reliable, is the problem. But I do like it. Heel Hook and Reflex are too unreliable at the moment. We could consider going to a shop here, removing a strike card. Maybe purchasing a relic instead of fighting an elite. But I think we'll probably do better in the elite fight, given what we have. So let's keep pushing and getting rewards. Let's give this dodge roll a try. Commence the boot valuing. Trip. You. Double Blade Dance, double finisher. Now that's interesting. Or I could take the guaranteed area damage. Double finisher. I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to try it. Could have just killed the fungi beast there. But then I was worried about this turn. And we should probably stop taking unupgraded cards at this point. We have way more than you'd normally add in Act 1. We don't want to flood it with useless stuff. I think I'll take Skill Potion over Weak Potion. Fire Potion is good insurance in case this fight goes awry, but I'm hoping to keep it for the Slime Boss, actually. Against whom I think will deal quite well. Let's either wait for the malaise or a better opener here. Yeah. Who did a bit better? Okay, what do you got? Nightmare. Nightmare the Blade Dance. Interesting. Very interesting. Could also Nightmare the Malaise. I don't think that's any good, though. I want this for at least 2. Let's do this. Wouldn't exactly call the Maw Bank great right now, but it's passable. I think Backflip is also passable. If we get energy, it'll be useful. Okay. And it's boosted by Stone. I'm also very, very happy to give up a card here. If I give up an uncommon, one of the finishers or the backstab, we'll get a full heal. Or I can give up a starter card. Right now I'm considering losing 1 defend. I think we'll be okay against Slime Boss at our current health value, thanks to the power of Fire Potion and a potential really good double finisher shenanigan draw. The strikes feed the finishers, which does make the strikes at least vaguely viable at the moment. Dump 1 defend, and then we're going to go strike removals next. And we're going to upgrade a card here. One of the Blade Dances is reasonable. 1 more Shiv. It's 5 more damage with the boots. 1 more hit from finisher if drawn together. Other reasonable upgrades include Neutralize for 1 more turn of Weaken. Dagger Spray is okay, but the boot makes the upgrade a little bit less good. Trip could apply to all enemies. Maybe not helpful against Slime Boss, though. Let's upgrade 1 Blade Dance. Math time. How much damage is this? This deals 20. 37. This is 36. Almost perfect, actually. 73 damage, bringing the slime boss to 77 health. And then we're free to set up as good a split as we want here. And I think this is good enough to just go. Yeah. Showing off why I'm so scared of this boss. And why I don't like Finisher. Okay. Get booted on, friends. GG. Alright, we've confidently escaped Act 1 as the Silent. Not something that's necessarily easy to do. I rather like the state of the deck. We've got a lot of cards added, but they all work really well together. We've got good money. Not a good Storm of Steel, unfortunately. Would I take an Infinite Blades in this deck? No. I would prefer a Well-Laid Plans. For a 1 energy power that improves our ability to get shivs and finishers together. Well-Laid Plans would outdo Infinite Blades quite easily. Or Accuracy, also pretty good. But not Infinite Blades. Not Infinite Blades. What buff would make Infinite Blades more viable? I've always wanted to see the upgrade give 2 shivs rather than making it innate. If it was 2 shivs per turn for 1 upgraded Infinite Blades, it might be worth thinking about. But you run into scalability problems where you fill your hand with shivs at the start of each turn. I would like Infinite Blades to be a 1 or 2 cost power that says, whenever you discard a card from your hand, add a shiv to your hand. That's what I think Infinite Blades should do. Although there would be some weird interactions with Reflex and with Calculated Gamble. Calculated Gamble would be really weird with that. Could maybe phrase it so that whenever you discard 1 or more cards from your hand, add 1 shiv. So you only get 1 shiv no matter how many cards were discarded by the same card. Yeah, or Storm of Steel, also a bit weird. My question is, do I take this die for Act 2? I'm going to say yes. We want a little bit more front-loaded power. And I thought we were going to see something like this for our boss relic choice. I don't know, I just had a feeling that it was going to be one of these runs. So, we're not offered any form of energy whatsoever. We have 3 choices. A, Black Star. Elites drop an additional relic when defeated. If we're able to kill elites, we could start to harvest lots of relics, and that's pretty good for an attack-heavy deck like this. This kind of silent deck desperately needs lots of relics in order to function, or at least a particular set of good relics. We could instead opt for the Calling Bell at a unique unremovable curse and 3 relics, 1 common, 1 uncommon, 1 rare. This is not a bad situation for Calling Bell, because it gets us more relics and it gets us them right away, so that we don't have to beat any elites before we can start benefiting. Or last but certainly not least, Astrolabe lets us transform and upgrade 3 cards. I would probably choose 3 strikes to transform and upgrade, and that could be all sorts of outcomes for that. I think I would take Calling Bell over Black Star here. I'm not confident in our ability to kill elites on 3 energy. Although we do have a Malaise Plus, actually, which helps a lot against Book of Stepping. I think if we can really reduce our strike density, we can really help this deck a lot. So I'm going to transform and upgrade 3. We get an Envenom Plus, allowing us to apply poison with our attacks. That's actually a cool way to scale against big single targets. A Glass Knife Plus, a very powerful front-loaded attack card that's going to combo really well with our trip. And a Blur Plus, blocks for 9 and lets us retain block for 1 turn. All pretty dang good. Very solid improvement to the deck quality there. But will it be enough? That's my question. We have a long way to go. And the act layout does not look very helpful. At all. Basically get elites or fires, never both. Never both. Yeah, not S tier, but Series B+. S tier would have been like After Image, Adrenaline. Or well-laid plans, accuracy, outmaneuver, or something. Want a later shop for Mob Bank value? Unfortunately, we don't get a choice. All of the shops are immediate, which is actually good, because I'd like to cash in some money. Question is, what shop do I go to? If I go to this shop, I have to fight this elite. If I go to this shop, I have to go to this shop, or fight this elite. Guess we'll go to this store. We can either choose to remove 2. We could dunk our remaining 2 strikes, which is actually pretty good. Maybe we can get some other stuff done. Parasite. Oh, Parasite. Let down your hair. Ooh. I'm all powerful. Casually perfecting the avocado. That's a pretty good sign. That card says plus on it. I also like the fact that it draws 1 and discards 1, because we might be finding some cards that we want to take that require a discard. Just having one extra option is pretty good. We'll take it. Well, what do you think, chat? Should we break the bank? The mall bank? At this store? Because we could get 24 more gold if I wait two floors. Yeah, no. We're going to buy the membership card here for less than half of our gold. We're left with $2.99, which is actually $5.98 purchasing power. Meaning we've essentially gained gold by buying the membership card. And that leaves us with enough money to easily afford both Toxic Egg and Gremlin Horn? Holy moly. Gremlin Horn would be the big enabler for killing the elites of this act, actually. Like, that's a huge game changer for us. Yeah, I'm going to buy this. And I could go card removal or Gremlin Horn. If I go card removal, we could remove another card, too. At the next shop. Yeah, Egg and Gremlin Horn into fighting 4 elites and easily defeating them. After that avocado fight, I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm going to do it. Greetings, nerds. Excuse me. Nerd birds. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's kill Bear on turn 1 if we can. This is 24 plus 16. Yes, plus neutralize kills him. Six attacks played? You don't say. Nice. You will pay for this. Will I now, Romeo? Alright. Poor Red Mask Gang never stood a chance. Total domination gets us 30 gold, and now all of our enemies will be weak on turn 1. Also, an upgraded Piercing Whale to allow us to reduce the strength of all enemies by 8. Yes, one of my favorite silent blocks. Good in a very wide variety of situations. Chosen here hexes us so that we get statuses added for every non-attack card we play, which is a little bit annoying. Better do as much damage as we can. Good. I have to say, the double finishers have been working a lot better than expected. Bliney's not bad. Another upgraded decent attack. Gives us an additional energy on the next turn, which can be useful for all sorts of things. Not strictly required. I'm going to add it, though. Keep taking stuff that says plus for the moment. Snecko Confusion's a little iffy. Feels like it might be my energy potion. That way I get to play everything. Although it's only saving me 5 health, actually. And I'm about to fight an elite, I'd actually much rather keep the energy potion. Lose the 7 health. Oh dear. Strike is still enough, though. Just barely. Ah, should have used the energy potion. I guess I'll just have 2. That sounds great. And we are offered a reflex. This card is discarded from your hand to draw 3. Currently very unreliable. Not very good, with only Dagger Throw and Survivor able to discard it. But that could easily change because we have a Toxic Egg. I'm going to grab this as a piece for later. An intentional combo piece pickup that will hopefully get some value eventually, if not right now. One, 2, 3 attack. 6 by 3. We have Energy Potion Malaise for this fight, so I don't think I need to finish her on turn 1. Hey, it even does stuff. Good for us. How is this always the turn I managed to draw Malaise on? What gives? Blade Dance finisher next turn. Do this. Boat Thingy is a very good relic to get. 14 block on turn 2, which will continue to help us... Wow, by the way. Continue to help us with... being efficient even though we only generate 3 energy per turn. I wonder if we actually go for the 4 elite path here. Feeling increasingly reasonable. If you want that Catalyst, I also kind of want that Blade Dance Plus, honestly. Might be too many Blade Dances. Might be. Chosen One needs to die first? I think so. I've got 14 block next turn. Yes. Venom's actually turning into a lot of damage. Like an impressive amount of damage. Clean. Alchemize Plus. For free, obtain a random potion. Seems pretty good. Give me that. All right, elite number 2. I think we might even actually do the 4 elites, but we can get off if we need to. Get off the train of elites, that is. Heck yeah. Envenom Plus is not innate, by the way. We're just randomly drawing this on turn 1 consistently. It's a good feeling. Attack potion, huh? To shreds, you say? I was hoping. Yes. All right, we have our block engine for the late game. Now we just need to find the discard cards. Tough bandages are here. Whenever we discard a card during our turn, gain 3 block. You better believe I'm going to take a second copy of Blur Plus to go with it. Liquid Memory. Yeah, Liquid Memory's attack potion sounds really good. We're definitely on track for 4 elites here. Blood Vial is very weak healing. It's something, but it's not much. I'll take the blue key here. Alright, the rematch against the Parasite. How does it go this time? Survey says... deeply unsure. Take a little bit on turn 1. Okay. Overblock on turn 2. Classic. Get attacked for the brutal amount again on turn 3. Also classic. 18's gonna go to 27. Which then goes down to like 20. 20. So take 5. Or don't. Actually, let's a little less than that, because I have 1 more energy. So I think what I'm going to do is this. Liquid Memories Blur Malaise. Use the Alchemize to get my potion back. It's not as good of a potion, but we get the hit points and a potion versus no hit points and maybe a better potion. Nine times 8, by the way. There's the discard coming together. Acrobatics Plus says draw 4, discard 1. That 1 might be Reflex later on. I'm hoping it'll be a Tactician Plus. Who's next? These guys. Not a great turn 1. Tempted to Acro here, but we could also do Blur, Survive, or Defend or something. I think Acroing was correct. This way we can kill one. This is just shy of a kill. Okay, it's attack potion time. This gives me 2 energy back. Seems like a very easy Slavers fight. Survivor and Defend Plus are the exact amount of block as each other. Oh wait, no, because of bandages. No, you're right. With bandages, the Survivor is more block. But how about with a Mummified hand? Whenever we play a power card, a random card in our hand costs 0. That actually only works with Envenom currently, but it's a good incentive to pick up future powers. Could take a Bouncing Flask? I really don't feel like I need to. Outmaneuver's okay. Deck needs a little bit more draw consistency before outmaneuver's good. We need either a well-laid plans or something similar. I'm going to say no. I can't believe we're going to go 4 elites this act. That's nuts. Simply nuts. Perfect. No matter what you do next turn, I won't care. Easy. This Gambler's Brew is really good, by the way. Boot has added over 100 damage so far. Cloak and Dagger plus, Leg Sweep plus. Leg Sweep's alright. Cloak and Dagger's okay. Actually, neither of them seem that good. I think we should stop flooding the deck. We're already at over 30 cards. It would be easy to go to 40 plus cards this run. But what we're most looking for are draw and discard effects. I'd really like Calculated Gambles. I'd really like Prepared. I'd also really like to get rid of my starter cards. Yes. I think I do want to blur, though. Let's potion that. That's more like it. And Venom will make this kill the small nerd. Centennial Puzzle, yet another way to draw cards. We're offered a Nightmare Plus or a Fumes Plus. Ooh, Nightmare can duplicate all sorts of things, including Alchemize, for hilarious results. Can copy powers thanks to Mummified Hand, or Fumes just to get a little bit more poison. I think we want to take the Nightmare. I think we want to be able to duplicate stuff. Still missing some of the important things that we're going to eventually duplicate. But that's a problem for future Baylor. Oddly compelled to recall at the moment, so that we can upgrade important powers we find next act. Like Wraithform and such. Well-laid plans. Don't feel like any of these upgrades really help me with the champ fight that much. Basically damage racing champ here. There's not a whole lot I can do. I guess we could Nightmare the Blur, maybe. We don't scale our strength all that effectively over time. So we mostly just need to hit him a whole bunch. Also Nightmare the Alchemize. Or the Glass Knife. Or hilariously enough, Flying Knee? Some curious choices here. Wonder if I could accumulate block by Nightmaring Blur. Might slow our damage down too much. Yeah, it seems very tough to blurricate on 3 energy, I agree. Let's do the Flying Knee. Let's create an energy engine of sorts. Question is, can I really use it? Also gets the Nightmare out of the deck, which is good. Definitely worried about our prospects here. Oh, well that'll help. All right, starting next turn, he's going to do the thing. Get to carry some block over. could do that. There's no point. Need to strike now. As hard as I can right now. Good. We even get to keep the block from the potion. Might have to use my fairy here. Nope, not quite. GG, Sir Jam. That was a close one. That was definitely not easy. Definitely spooky. Kind of terrifying. Phantasmal Killer Plus. It's actually a surprisingly decent... Actually, yeah, Storm of Steel with Tough Bandages is pretty good. Discard our in hand, gain 3 block and 1 Shiv plus for each card discarded. And each of those Shivs applies poison via Envenom. They don't work with the finishers, but it does work with Reflex. Let's give it a try. I think it's going to be tough, though. Ah, man, and we're offered Pyramid, Pogbox, or Blade Dance. Very cute. Or not Blade Dance, Wrist Blade. Attacks that cost 0 deal 4 more damage. This run has seen no energy. Now I do want an Outmaneuver Plus. Happy we have the Flying Knee. We do have Mummy Hand. I really like Runic Pyramid here. We no longer discard our hand at the end of the turn. Makes the Storm of Steel a lot better. We can use it as a finisher or emergency block. Means the reflex is more reliable. Problem is Hand Clog will be a thing. We may be unable to draw cards because our hand is too full. Not sure how to deal with that. Yeah, it's only 4 transforms for the Pandora's box. Well, 5 transforms. I even want to keep most of the blocks. I'm taking Pyramid here. But we are going to have to address Hand Clog. For real. And I do have to get the Burning Elite? I do, but fortunately it's very accessible. Something like this. Definitely want to be looking at shops, want to be looking at card rewards. That's not too bad as far as an act goes. We get 3 elites, 3 rest sites, which is 3 upgrades. It's pretty good. Could go this way instead. Doesn't seem as good. Sambo Steel, thank you so much for the 1.5 years, 18 months of support. And Dander, thank you so much for 31. Don't play dance, the spiker. You will die. So yeah, we end up super hand clogged in a situation like this. Could be bad. It's a good potion. Let's lose the fairy. Yes, this is the card I've been waiting for. Prepared Plus. 0 cost, draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards. We can get a couple of these, we're going to be in business. I can even hold on to the shivs for future turns if I wanted to. Very interesting. Oh, and then draw into finishers. How curious. I like it. Concentrate Plus. Discard 2 cards, gain 2 energy. Here we are. Here we are. Now it's starting to come together. That is a beautiful, beautiful pickup for this deck. Free block. Oh, yeah. Bonk. Let's just play this normally. More really good stuff. 0 cost block cards like Deflect is good. 0 cost 8 block. We could use Setup to put a card from our hand on top of our draw pile, making it cost 0 until played. There's some interesting things we can do with that in Nightmare. Howdy, Fast-Ass Panda. Good to see ya. Thanks for those 8 months of support. Escape plan's fine too. Draw 1 if it's a skill, gain 6 block. Although we have to be very careful about Time Eater. We do have Nightmare Malaise to defeat Time Eater. Okay. Not too worried about Time Eater then. Dawn the Red Mask gives me 222 gold right before the shop. What a beautiful friend Dawn is. Thank you, Dawn. There's a Calculated Gamble Plus. Discard our hand. And then draw that many cards. Oh yeah. You better believe I'm buying that. Contemplating taking Omamori here, oddly enough. There's only 1 event left this act? No, it's not worth it. Definitely not worth it. Probably going to take another Acrobatics, given that we have the Calculated Gamble and Concentrate. Just having more, increase the number of cards in my hand sort of thing is pretty good. I think Vajra for +1 strength is pretty good. Don't know if I want Deep Breath here. And we definitely don't want a well-laid plans, not even with the Mummy hand. Or Pyramid. We want Bomb. For 2 energy, deal 50 damage to all foes 3 turns later. Pretty reasonable damage per card played, so it could be good against Time Eater. But that's about the only use case I see for Bomb, is being good against Time Eater. Guess we could take Hand Drill to be good against Time Eater. But I don't think I'm going to take anything else in this shop. No thanks. I think the Neutralize upgrade is more important than ever. Lose Data Die, Envenom, or 1 regular defend. See you later, regular defend. We don't need you. We don't need anyone. You hear me? Hmm. $54 damage, twice. That's an excellent potion. Let's cycle out the liquid memories then. Some potion, okay. Yeah, a little late, but maybe still useful. We can gain strength at rest sites up to 3 times. I've already recalled, so we can lift 1, 2, and then a 3rd time in Act 4. Terror or a 3rd blur? If I've got good access to strength, actually, then Terror is a good way to further improve our damage against the late-game foes. Time Eater in particular is going to be very vulnerable to this. 3rd blur really makes the Blurricade come together, though. I'm gonna take that blur. Trip is a dead draw after Terror? Yes, Trip would become a dead draw after Terror, it's true. Not the worst thing in the world. Got boot, fool. Prepare to be booted upon. Time for some more window shopping. Dreamcatcher. Card reward if we rest. Unlikely to happen, because we're going to be lifting. Perfect. Another Calculated Gamble Plus. It's the perfect card. This could be up to 27 block for 0 energy. We lift. The Giant Head rematch. Blur. Gamble. We... 3 turns of block retain. Because I said so. Why are you still here? 2 more cards on turn 1. Very good. This actually could be a decent finale deck, although we won't get to play it very often. Another backflip is fine, but honestly unnecessary. I'm going to skip all these. We've got all of our keys. I think we're in excellent shape here for the big ending gauntlet of the run. Going to do just fine. With 3 energy per turn, I think we want another Prepared Plus over another Acro. Shame we never found a second copy of Reflex or a Tactician, but I think what we have will be plenty sufficient. Okay, our first boss, and a very difficult opponent for us here, is the Time Eater. Time Eater ends our turn every time we play 12 cards, which makes these Blade Dances in particular relatively unviable here, since we have to play a card to get a whole bunch more cards. It's just not that good. But what we do have is a Nightmare and a Malaise, and I think that can help us out a lot. Like, a lot. So just gamble. And then blur. Nightmare and Calculated Gamble would also go a pretty long way here. I agree. I'll do this. Fun way to do that. Please don't draw that crap. Thanks. And we're just going to get rid of this so I can use the alchemize. Might as well use this now also. Gotta put 10 meter below half health on this turn, which we've done. Next turn I can actually use the piercing wail to remove some of their strength. I shall. So, 10 meter has reset their debuffs. Now it is time for the offensive actions. If possible. Or this. This works too. Better watch out. 10 meters all the way up to -4 strength here. Spooky? Here, we can do better than that. Have even less strength. Zero times 3, oh no! Deck is definitely still lacking energy. Alright, that's one boss down. If we fight the Awakened one, we'll have a similarly easy time. If we're fighting Donu and Deka, could be a bit more challenging. These, in fact, the shapes. So they'll scale up in power over time. We have to figure out how to kill them quickly enough. Which I think is going to involve looking for Envenom and getting free block in play. Figuring out the rest from there. Don't have the luxury of nightmaring that. I think I'm gonna Nightmare Gamble here. Seems like the easiest way to solve this. Let the block go away for a second here. Let's kill Donu quickly. If we can kill Donu, we'll control the world. It's not as bad as I thought, given that we perfectly the fight, huh? We're gonna have more trouble here. Give him the Shivtacular. Now we hold on to 5 in case we draw a finisher. That's what I've been missing with the Storm of Steel. I'm supposed to play it with 5 cards, draw 5 new cards, hold the Shivs. That's the secret. Because then the finisher is almighty. GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source of these numbers. You deal 2696. A resounding nice echoes throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? Let's lift our last point of strength. We now have 4 points of strength, meaning these ships hit pretty hard. And boy, do we have some exciting options in this store. Footwork could get us more dexterity. Alchemize could get us more potions. The Abacus is here to give us block when we shuffle the draw pile. That won't happen all that often, but it's sometimes. Definitely like Pantograph, healing us 25 at the start of the heart fight in particular. Let's start with this. This. Remove the 1 energy stuff I don't have energy for. Probably Dagger Spray. And I could take Pen Nib for free, too. Wow, we're rich, huh? Cool. Does Enlightenment let me do anything special? Lets me reduce cards to 1 cost. The only card that costs more than 1 is Nightmare, so no, it's not worth it. Magnetism probably going to lead to hand clog. I'll buy the pendant. Every 10th attack is doubled in damage. Heard some say the heart doesn't even like magnets. For next turn. I'm going to put my damage on Spire Shield. Finish with Neutralize. Piercing Well for next turn, even better. This way then. Might as well, right? Show me a ghost. Next, okay. Explosive is going to be the worst. Ancient Potion. Cool, we can block the vulnerable with that. That's pretty good. Poison Veil, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the QZ Sub Club. One more. I like these potions a lot, though. Got Penne Baka lined up. Get to upgrade the Die-to-Die and the Backstab for a little bit more damage. Don't think it'll matter much. As we go into the heart fight here, I think our odds are pretty good. Got a 40-card deck with a lot of block coming from the tough bandages. So far, an average of 7 block per turn. And I think we can do a lot more than that in the heart fight. We also have a very valuable Gambler's Brew, allowing me to discard any number of cards from my hand to draw that many anew. Real Bob God says, is 400 total heart kills for the year or total heart kills on a specific character? It's for the year. We're looking for 100 with each of the 4 characters for a total of 400. Alright, I don't know if this is going to block Beat of Death properly or not. That's an Akabeko Pendant Glass Knife doing 48 damage twice. Holy moly, okay. Lose 1 finisher. Lose the Ascender's Bane? Yep. Alright, we'll draw more cards momentarily. This first. Draw me 3 cards. I think we just use this one normally, like. Blade dances are a slight issue for me. There we go. Okay, in that case I will play Blur. Ooh. What do you got? Free survivor. Never mind the vulnerable blocking. I have 6 decks. Nice find. Easy. Kaiser Soja calling it, yeah. Well done. I could Nightmare the footwork here. I'm gonna Nightmare a calculated gamble, though. That's what we're gonna do. Alchemize gamble or just gamble? I think just gamble. We'll be back for Alchemize later. We'll be malazing later. Let's go blur, blur, trip, storm. Actually gonna hold on to all of these. Get in there, Epicus. Two more potions. Keep these to remove artifacts. Dang. Shiv. Shiv. Go. Blur, malaise, gamble. Perfectly blocked. We'll use the potions very shortly here. This looks like a great turn to deal damage. Definitely a good turn to deal damage. $15/7. Nice. Alright, let's see what's inside this. Cultist potion, power potion. The double footwork. Yeah. Free death per card. Bit awkward now. Just amazing how much block we managed to get with the tough bandages overall, though. Totally carried this fight. GG, Mr. Hart. Smell you later. GG. Absolutely dominated. What a run. What a very cool run. Not only is it highly unusual to win a silent run with no energy relics whatsoever, I guess just the mummified hand. Not only did we not get a boss energy relic, but there's no happy flower, there's no lantern, there's no nunchaku, there's nothing that makes energy at all. Just a discount from the mummy hand. But despite that, we were able to make the deck completely functional, thanks to the power of tough bandages and a whole bunch of zero-cost cards. 35-46, a really high-score run, too. Oh, Gremlin Horn. Yeah, Gremlin Horn helped actually a ton. I do have to get a lot of credit to Gremlin Horn, particularly the Act 2, which went so smoothly. And so shall I. GG. GG. Dr. Domagato in chat asks, do I think Black Star would have worked, or did Astrolabe give me the strength to kill so many elites? We get from Astrolabe. Envenom, Glass Knife, Blur. The Glass Knife helped a lot, but I don't think it was necessarily the Astrolabe that gave me the strength to kill elites. What gave me the strength to kill elites was Gremlin Horn. If I'd had Gremlin Horn at the end of the Act 1 boss, I absolutely would have picked the Black Star. But it wasn't until we had that Gremlin Horn that we were really comfortable against these various elites. Energy Potion helped a lot too. I really didn't expect it to go this well. But as mentioned, the Glass Knife was a big impact in our ability to kill those elites. I think this did help substantially, but it wasn't the only thing. Monoe Spatial says, how do you deal with runs that don't give you good damage cards? You have to take the bad damage cards and try to figure out how to make them work in the situations like this. You can't not take the damage cards. So if you aren't offered the ones that are your preferred damage cards, you must accept the ones that are not your preferred damage cards and do your best to build around it. Sometimes that means taking, a Wild Strike on floor 1 with Ironclad. Sometimes it means taking a Sucker Punch and upgrading it when you don't want to. But you have to get some stuff. Over 200 damage for the boot, an average of 1.5 per turn. That's a spicy boot. It's a very spicy boot. Did that run make me change my mind about finisher? A little bit. I actually really liked the double finisher with multiple blade dances, because even though we were occasionally drawing finishers that were useless, we were consistently drawing finishers that weren't useless. At least 1 out of 2 times each rotation through, and it was a ton of damage. Very impressed with how much output the finishers had. Really helping us deal with the... Yeah, we fought Gremlin Leader, Slavers, Gremlin Leader, and that was all easy because of Gremlin Horn. Very interesting run. So again, knowing that I was going to get the Gremlin Horn, I could have taken the Black Star over the Astrolabe. But I'm not at all unhappy about the Astrolabe. In particular, this Envenom ended up being a surprising amount of our scaling damage for some of the longer fights. Helped a lot against Champ, and was really good in the final battles for artifact removal and just general damage contribution. Can't believe we perfected Time Eater and Donideka. And Shielded Spear. It's really good. Really, really good. GG. Well, those have been some lovely Spire runs today. Gloriously successful Ironclad, gloriously successful Silence, both with about 40 cards. Hazal says, any chance of some more XCOM tonight? Perfect time to ask me, because I want to do some more XCOM right now. gonna switch games here. If you're headed out as we do so, no worries. It's always a pleasure to have people tune in for the Spire content. Always a pleasure to have people tune in for the side content as well. But know that it's not required, expected, nor mandatory. So we're at 184 now, right? That's right. Yeah, I'll do a quick little introduction to the XCOM campaign. You're so welcome, Econ Dad. Still many, many more runs to do this year. I'm excited. Ravenok, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, folks. And Azoth, thanks for 7 months of support. Azoth says, I heard it was mandatory to support your favorite streamer, so have my Prime. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. And I appreciate that shout out, Hex Dragon. I've been having a really good time with the XCOM content too. The X content, if you will. And we're going to continue to rotate our soundtracks too. So let's go back to Enemy Unknown. The OG soundtrack from 2012 XCOM. So if you've not seen XCOM before, this is one of my favorite game series. XCOM was my intro to streaming here on Twitch. And my first 400 followers or so were gained streaming XCOM Enemy Unknown and XCOM 2. We've done XCOM a few times on the broadcast, but not anything vaguely resembling recently until this playthrough here. It's been a real delight to revisit XCOM 2 War of the Chosen. XCOM is a turn-based strategy game comprised of 2 main layers. The premise is that you run a multinational guerrilla defense force trying to resist against an alien occupation of Earth. You do this by using high-tech salvaged weaponry, flying around with a giant helicarrier, and contacting resistance cells around the globe in a strategy overlayer. And then missions are performed in turn-based tactics style, using a squad of 6 elite soldiers loaded to the teeth with nasty technology and heckin' cool guns. Let's jump into our save file here. Take a look at the situation. I agree, Beards and Bacon. We're a little bit over the difficulty hump at the beginning of the game. Felt like the infirmary was actually the big game changer. Would highly recommend an early infirmary for future playthroughs. I'll have to really reevaluate my build order a bit. We're almost done with our proving ground. That's an important facility to advance the story here. But let's just take a general assessment of the situation. So here's the state of the world. We have resistance control here in North America, as well as in Western Europe here. Or not Western Europe, Western Russia, and East Asia, the new Arctic and West Asia. Okay, West East, whatever. Jamie, it says, if I'm going to do another XCOM 2 campaign, take a look at a better everything mod series. Solve the power gap of the late game a bit, but does add quite a few new stuff for variety. I did take a look at a better Advent. That was one of the things I almost considered adding to this for our playthrough. Blank Epilogue Page says, did I ever play XCOM Chimera Squad? I played a little bit of it. We did check that out on stream around the time it released. Cute little bite-sized tactics at a reasonable budget price, too. Chimera Squad, to me, seemed like a kind of testing ground for Firaxis to try out alterations to the XCOM formula, but they did it in a way that felt very not fleshed out. Chimera Squad, to me, felt like a little bit too much fluff and not enough substance. I played through about a third of it before I lost interest. So, our goal here on the overworld is to counter the Avatar Project. This red meter at the top is being periodically filled up by the aliens, and we have to take actions on the globe to stop it. Right at the end of last stream, we blew up an alien facility to shut down the Doomsday Timer and bring us back from the brink, but we're going to need to continue to remove pips from the Avatar Project in order to stay ahead here. No, the third-person shooter XCOM game was XCOM the Bureau, and we don't talk about the Bureau. No, I'll also say Chimera Squad is considerably better than XCOM the Bureau. Yeah, Chimera Squad gives you like 3 different villain groups to go after, and if you play one of those 3 like little vignette storylines to the end, you've kind of seen all of them, it felt like. So I played one to the end, I was like, okay, I know what the other 2/3 of the game are going to look like, and I'll pass.
Avenger plotting new course.
Let's grab some supplies from our supply drop. We're going to fly all the way around. Kind of cool, actually. So we may see...
Aid us, Commander.
Yes.
We're in need of your experience.
The Harbingers of Chaos. The Skirmishers have a mission for us. So we'll be asked to deploy to a tactical situation. Pretty good rewards, too. We get a Scientist, Intel, and Richard Smith the Ranger. Advent have retreated from the area, leaving only large amounts of the lost. So this is going to be a zombie horde mission. I agree, the pod system of XCOM is probably one of its weakest points. Kind of does really define the turn-based tactics a lot, in a way that I don't think is very healthy for the game. So seeing that removed from Chimera Squad was quite cool, done partially with smaller, more controlled battle arenas. Any chance of a YouTube series of the start to the end of the XCOM campaign? Probably not, but what I can do is highlight the XCOM playthrough and put that into a Twitch playlist. It'll be accessible through the Twitch VODs. That's quite reasonable.
Commander, you should be aware. We're detecting lost activity in this area. Our forces will need to be especially vigilant.
Alright, so... the Horde. Lost are zombies. Easily gunned down zombies. But you don't want to shoot them with explosives, because it's too loud. Let's take Jack and Adonis. We'll take one Grenadier. Valor Black will come, our best sharpshooter. Let's level up one of the other sharpshooters, Drake Nash. The last cannon, the Ranger, will come. Let's see, what's your bondmate? BB. Let's level up Hyrule a bit. So you have a good shotgun equipped. Yeah, sharpshooters, especially with our leveled pistols. Our pistols do so much damage, the sharpshooters are absolutely going to destroy them. Grab a mimic beacon. Everybody else has got stuff that seems reasonable. Just go double frag. Definitely going to need some more small items soon. Izal says, how important is it to try and permanently take out one of the Chosen through the covert missions? Very important. Ultimately something that we basically have to do. And even if it's not required, it's extremely good. You'll get Avatar Project Progress reduction by taking out the Chosen. You'll also get a huge amount of ability points, good rewards, and their unique weapons, which are very powerful. Particularly the Hunters got really, really, really overpowered items. Actually, so does the Assassin. Both the Assassin and Hunter have very good drops. The Hunter gives you a sniper rifle and a pistol, the Assassin gives you a sword and a shotgun, whereas the Warlock only gives you an assault rifle.
The Resistance faction sent some kind of expeditionary force into an area that we know to be completely overrun by the Lost.
That's right, you also
Don't ask me
remove
what they were doing
their
down there, but
monthly
now they've
actions that
gotten
they take,
themselves stranded.
so they'll stop
The
harassing your
Resistance is asking
campaign.
for our help. We'll have to do what we can to avoid being overrun.
But it also means they'll stop showing up in missions and giving you the opportunity to kill them to gain 10 ability points.
The expedition is trapped not far from your position, and the VIP is using a remote turret to hold off the Lost. We only have
we got a
one
remote
clear
turret? That's
access
cool.
point to the area, so get to the target's location and escort them back to the entry point for extraction.
4 turns until their
Place
ammo is out, huh?
overrun and Lost. Don't bother trying to outgun them. After you secure the expedition, you'll have to return to our original entry point for extraction. Don't get overrun. Keep the path back to Firebrand clear.
So, we have to go over there, get them, and then run back.
Rolling.
All while dealing with hordes of zombies. Zombies with reduced moves.
I'm going.
Fortunately, our sharpshooters have pistols that are going to do really good damage here. Our pistols do 4 to 5 damage base. 4 minimum is huge. Any shot that kills a zombie refunds an action. So,
See that one?
and since pistols have unlimited ammo, we can, as long as we don't miss,
Missed.
fire as many pistol shots as we want.
I'm on it. X-ray neutralized. Target eliminated. Hostile target down.
Easy. We should be able to just kind of charge blindly ahead. Those Lost that were revealed can't move very far. That's a big one. Greetings, large man.
Adjusting sights.
Let's move already.
Also tell him to move.
Who's keeping score? You can't handle
Nice
me.
use of the shotgun.
Aucun problème.
How important / good is the DLC for first time playthrough? I would say it's not required. It does add more complexity to the campaign, more options for the player, so it might end up a little overwhelming to play with the DLC on your first time through. But I will say that I think the DLC substantially improves
T'attendais à quoi?
a playthrough. So it's worth thinking about.
cible est toujours debout. Je suis sur la réserve.
La Reserve!
Ready to
Won't
rock.
someone think of La Reserve?
On your order. Hostile. Terminated. Target neutralized.
Pistols are so good! Okay, we gotta get over there. Can do. Knowing that there's nothing that's not a lost, we just kind of charge forward here. You can see we're starting to encounter loss with more and more health. Before it was 6 or 7 ones that occasionally popped up. Now we're seeing ones with 9 health.
Copy that.
Got it. Getting it done. Ça marche. Eh ouais. Chargé et barré. Munitions à 0, je suis à sec.
Overwatch.
2 turns to get over there. We're almost there.
Heading to that location.
Not quite where I told him to go, but good enough.
Double time.
On it. On the move. 5 sur 5.
Stepping off.
Go!
They're almost out of ammo for the turret, Commander. We have to get moving.
Charge!
Whatever you say.
Actually, have the specialist get in there.
The VIP is secure, Commander. If we can spare the manpower, we should try to bring the escort in as well. Without the VIP manning the turret controls, there's nothing keeping the Lost from overrunning this area. They're already closing in.
Alright, we've got lots of Lost, as you'd expect. But I really don't see that being a problem for us. The IP is unconscious. Can you carry your friends? No, I didn't think so. Cool if you could, though.
Solid copy.
Poison Bill says, is there a max turn limit in Slay the Spire? No. No, you can keep fights going as long as you want. Though note that some enemies have abilities designed to punish you for doing exactly that.
Negative damage.
Speaking of punish.
Tired of waiting around.
Oh, hello. I love their derpy walking around. Now, thankfully, they can't even get close to us because
How many is that
we
now?
have the order that causes enemies that we reveal on our turn to be partially stunned, so they only get 1 action. Which really makes bad reveals a lot less
Woo!
nasty.
See that? You want some more? My ammo's running low. Yeah, I didn't get it. Negative ammo. I'm spent. Impressed yet? Well, how about that?
And also just kill them all.
You know that was good. That is
There
not
we go.
good.
Aye, aye. Drop him. Come get some.
But there are so many more.
Target still standing.
Firebrand is in position. Get back to the entry point for extraction before you get overrun. We're picking up more heat signatures than the sensors can keep up with.
Sounds like my cue to leave.
Je m'en occupe.
On the move. X-ray neutralized. Hostile, terminated.
Let's go, Blarp Freak. I highly recommend XCOM 2. I think Firaxis did a really good job creating a
Got it.
successor and evolution of the gameplay in XCOM 1.
Locked and loaded.
Let's do this. I'm ready.
Definitely a game with better mod support than its predecessor as well, which has helped the community create some very nice stuff for it.
Stepping off.
Rock and roll.
Is that all you got? Those dashers? They sure were fast. Yeah, those are dashers.
Hostile target down. Target eliminated.
Easy.
No problem, boss. Tout de suite.
Looks like we just book it back the way we came.
Oh,
Pretty easy
yeah.
mission overall.
Running.
Beat feet.
Go, go, go.
Run, scientist man, go! Enigma engine, your soldier still lives. For now.
Neutralized. Hostile target down. X-ray neutralized. Target neutralized.
Sniper can take a lot of pistol shots. Enjoy your promotion,
Go,
sir.
Go, go. Stepping off.
Could stick around and
Double
get
time.
experience from the Lost for a long time if we wanted
Got it
to.
covered.
Really don't want to do that.
Copy that. J'y cours.
Firebrand is the VIP safely on board the Sky Ranger. We've extracted the VIP's escort. Once we get him patched up,
I like that the drone flies up a moment after the engineer does.
Menace 1-5, keep pushing towards the evac point. No matter what you do, you're never gonna make a dent in the Lost. There's just too many coming in.
How many is that now? Woo! You see that? Heading home.
Hostile, terminated. Heading out.
Bye.
Getting out of here.
All XCOM operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
So we're still a bunch of Lost on the map. It's indicated by the 29 out of 45, but they can keep spawning endlessly, essentially. It's not like we needed to kill them all.
Citizens are encouraged to voluntarily visit their nearest recruitment center. Remember, only together can we build a better tomorrow.
I have yet to discover exactly what type of exposure
Wow, 4
led to
promotions.
the creation of these lost civilians, but their numbers would indicate a widespread effect.
So, Valor Black gets the choice between Kill Zone. Take a reaction shot against any enemy that moves or attacks within a cone of fire. Or Face Off. Fire your pistol once at every visible enemy. Both pretty dang powerful, potentially. This is our death from above sniper. Let's go Kill Zone. We'll probably take Face Off on most of the others. Don't remember how Quick Draw and Face Off work together. Ishmael. Heavy Ordnance. The grenade in your grenade-only slot gets an additional use. Or hollow targeting. Can anyone tell me, if I use Demolition on an opponent, does hollow targeting apply to that target? Ignore concealment status. It's fun. Do like more grenades. Quite a lot. Let's go with at least one hollow targeter. Here, you're gonna get quick draw, sir. Love me my pistol snipers. And there's run and gun, finally. Take an action after dashing or conceal. Immediately enter concealment once per mission. Like you're a knockoff Reaper. Take the running gun, thank you. Get nothing, and a scientist. And a lieutenant ranger. Demolition does not apply hollow targeting, got it. Thanks. Lieutenant Richard Smith. New abilities unlocked that I might want to get. Hail of Bullets is fun. Shot that's guaranteed to hit but uses extra ammo. Actually really good on a ranger, huh?
Took a big risk getting inside Advent. Enough for me to believe he's loyal to
Or
our
Rupture.
cause. There may still be a few skeptics in the movement, but we've got bigger things to worry about.
I might
than
want to try
man on
Rupture
screen.
Ranger. You spend all your actions on moves, you're granted automatic overwatch. How interesting. Oh, by the way, we can actually just take heavy ordnance also on Ishmael here. So why don't we just go with both of those? That seems great. Overwatch should be triggered by anything. Give him untouchable. Anybody else with abilities I want to give out? Not at this moment. Cool. It requires you to do only movement, even things like picking up loot will break it. Very odd. The Flirt Freak says, can you have aliens in your crew like in the Urban Tactics XCOM? Not the more inhuman aliens. However, we do have a pair of skirmishers who are former Advent soldiers. So they're genetically modified alien-human hybrids that work for XCOM now. DeCrump, thanks for the thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Here's our Richard Samurai Smith. Told you, I'm Blade Master on everybody. If you have the Shen's Last Gift DLC, you can get Sparks, which are like robotic troops. We're not playing with that installed, though. Fire Axis. After our recent success, members of the Resistance in New Mexico have brought us reports of activity that we may want to investigate. Wonder where they came up with that name.
The Elders don't make a habit of looking for me. We haven't been on the best of terms since they found I had been hunting some of their pets
Hey, DeCrump.
in their spare time.
Happy to hear it. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming.
Challenge these days. I just thought maybe I'd come up with something new.
The proving grounds are ready, Commander. We can build the Skulljack whenever you give the word.
It's time.
Welcome to the proving grounds, Commander. It seemed like a good idea to isolate some of our more experimental concepts, especially when it comes to weapons development.
So 20 days for the Skulljack? You guys crazy. We can crank out experimental ammo and grenades eventually. I think there's a way to make that instant. Have to look at that. Before we even had time for field trials, the troops have already taken to calling it a Skulljack. It's the simplest of terms. It's a physical interface designed to access the chip implanted in the Advent Force's skulls, applied using directed blunt force.
I'll have the team get started immediately, Commander. I'll let you know as soon as we've made progress.
Alright, and that'll be 10 days. Alright, where are the engineers posted? Casual 37 more days. Means it might be a while before we can get the psionics lab up. Gonna have to clear more debris and such. Yes, jacking their skull also kills them, in case that wasn't readily apparent from the description of what it does. They don't survive.
Hello, Commander.
Let's take a battle scanner. I think I lost my flashbang. I made a new one though. We'll think about mind shields
It's been slow
soon.
going, but I've made headway interfacing our equipment with the alien technology still embedded throughout the ship.
Gotcha.
Most of the primary systems are now operating.
Oh, there's another engineer for me, or another scientist if I want. I think I do want another engineer.
Avenger plotting new course.
Squatty Jack Arnold, our new specialist. I think we've got enough troops in the roster now that we should be fine.
Do you not yet understand the price of defying the Elders? Was the pacification of the
Chosen has clamped down on resistance activities in the region, reducing our income
Our
slightly.
friends in the Resistance are paying a heavy price with the Chosen running loose.
Not a big deal.
We should do what we can to take them down before they hit again.
Let me get a guerrilla op. Tech and psionic defense doubled. Counter the hidden event, very difficult. Or get a lieutenant sharpshooter. Advent soldiers have a chance to reanimate as psionic zombies. Let's counter the hidden dark event and get some more intel here. This could be a difficult mission, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Excellent. An Enigma engine, who is afraid of sectoids, is here and ready. Yeah, I'll take Dragonah. Don't want 3 rangers. / I don't want 2 specialists. Let's take Crypto. And we need a Grenadier. Connie, you're up. I think we lost our... No, there's our gas grenade. Good. A better weapon than that. There it is. These are both laser sight hair trigger. This one's a little bit better. This one's clearly augmented. Give him the magnetic support cannon. Alright, looks like we're reasonably well equipped here. We have to recover an item from an Advent facility, which may or may not be trivial. We've only got a few more missions to do before we should be able to upgrade our armor, and at that point our squad's survivability will go up dramatically.
Sky Ranger in position for deployment.
We've traced the location of an Advent data vault through their network to a facility situated in this region. As far as we can tell, it's storing data critical to the aliens' latest operation. We're moving in to seize control of the assets, but security forces in the area won't make it easy on us. Eliminate all targets and capture whatever you can.
You got it, Bradford. You recognize correctly, Terror Incognita. We're currently listening to the soundtrack from XCOM Enemy Unknown.
Self-detonating charges are in place at the target. Move to disarm and extract the package before its contents are destroyed.
With the Tactical Legacy Pack DLC that was released for free a little while back, in the options you can choose the soundtrack of the game between XCOM Enemy Unknown, XCOM 2, or a remastered version of the soundtrack from XCOM UFO Defense. All 3 are fantastic, and we've been kind of rotating through them as we play. So we're concealed. We have to get to this box. Recover psychological restraint data. And neutralize all foes. I don't think this counter will start... Uh-oh, sectoids. Oh no! Good. Can you imagine if we revealed ourselves because of that? That'd be really funny.
I will move.
So, at the start of most missions in XCOM, the squad starts in concealment. That means the enemies cannot detect us until we're very, very close. Essentially lets you get the drop on your foes.
Moving out.
There's a lot of silly shenanigans we can do using that.
Solid copy.
Oh yeah, and you can see that that timer still says 7 turns. It will not decrease until the squad breaks concealment, which gives us several additional turns to work with on this mission.
Moving to position.
High cover on a roof. That's a good place for a sniper to be.
Orders confirmed. On the move. Got eyes on a hostile squad.
Okay, that's an elite Advent officer.
Moving out.
Not much good cover up here. Always have the skirmisher get to the roof suddenly.
Confirmed.
Gotta watch out for the civilians. They do have an aura of tile reveal. They will collaborate. Let the enemies know. Battle scanner has 2 uses. Enemies won't notice the scanner. So we can get like a hollow thing of anybody we see. Okay, that's an interesting place to seek cover, but you should do it.
Rolling out.
Attacking on site.
Roger.
Probably
Got
start
my
attacking
eyes on.
things next turn. Some pretty non-threatening enemies currently. I don't want these to be revealed yet.
Headed there now.
Still sees that guy. You do, okay. So if we move Crypto out of the way and then aggro these two,
Moving to position.
we won't engage in combat with the other group.
Scanning.
Let's do that.
They've got our position. I'll get him next time.
Definitely tempting to sword the sectoid. Don't want to charge too far forward, so let's just do this with our skirmisher.
I take a new approach.
Oh, that can see that tile. Fascinating. All right, I can work with that actually. This was not my original intent, but here we are.
Heads down.
Deal with both groups of enemies now. Now, it's all the more important that we do not reveal additional foes. It's going to be 666. And I have a free attack, Whiplash. Whiplash you.
Raw power.
No dice.
Interference. I bring justice.
Yoink! So 2 Rangers can take 2 actions. I think I'm going to leave this sectoid alive.
Stick and move!
Please don't do anything dumb.
Go, go, go!
Uh-oh, a turret? Oh no. This has not gone as hoped. And another? Yeah. Definitely might lose somebody here. Okay, there wasn't anything over there. And they have less actions. Actually, this might not be as bad as I thought at first. Definitely flanking the wrong enemy, though.
You want some more?
Get a flank shot there. It's only 59 from here. That's an unacceptable shot. It's much better to go for slash. I'm just worried that this guy will flank here. He is not stunned like the others are. Actually, the Viper only gets 1 turn as well. Could kill the sectoid. Be fun. Glass cannon is alive, yes, but they might not be for long if I don't make my move very carefully here. I think I want to do this, actually. We do want to move up a little closer.
Moving.
Take care of that. Alright, we have lots of hostiles active here. Which was a big mistake on my part.
Whoa! What just happened? Is that all you got? Okay then.
Wow, tactical analysis prevented the turret from even shooting. That's cool. Tactical analysis is what causes enemies that we revealed on our turn to have 1 less action on their turn, which is apparently very good. That's what I just learned. This is all very good. I'm gonna grenade these. Glass cannon here. Something that I've noticed, by the way, there are enemies in the alleyway between the truck and the turret. I actually thought they were going to activate last turn, but we haven't gotten a proper line of sight on them. But I have to be very careful engaging targets over there.
Grenade!
Gotta get all these enemies off the field. Skirmisher should be able to kill both of those nice and easy. That turret has 4 armor, good lord. Might be a good Mimic Beacon turn. Grenade the truck. Oh, I really want to. I don't think I can get a grenade all the way over there, though. You have Shadow Step, so you won't trigger the Overwatch fire of the turret. Good. Got Revival Protocol and Aid Protocol. Alright, you take a shot at the sectoid.
You know that was good.
Oh, the hair trigger made that a free action? Fire again, sir. Fair enough. Alright, we'll finish that with the lightning hands.
X-ray neutralized.
Okay, now I want to grenade that thing over there. Easier said than done. should be out of turret range.
That's affirmative.
Perfect.
Boom.
Now the skirmisher can kill him. It, whatever that thing is. Oh, but I can't see it. I can see it from there, but not from here.
Yes, Commander. Soon to be out of ammunition.
Hostile. Terminated.
Okay, heavy turret's still a thing. You're gonna move and hunker.
Tired of waiting around. In cover. Incoming over here.
Looks like they called in backup.
Alright, hitting the turret with damage will remove its overwatch.
Hit the armor.
So we can move the rest of our soldiers forward.
Let's do this.
Do I dare? I think I do dare. Although we know that there's reinforcements coming in momentarily, we should set up on Overwatch for them.
Closing on target position now.
Reloading weapon. Launch order confirmed.
The turret gone, or can I just not see it? I think I can just not see it.
Seems doable. Got it covered. Orders confirmed. On the move. Come get some. Moving to Overwatch.
Scanning.
Good luck to these Advent. Pretty weak troop. Group 2 soldiers and a stun lancer's not much.
Advent forces sighted.
I spurred onward. We take from the elders.
Enemy is still up. Well, how about that?
Alright, now it's grenading time. Hilarious, hilarious grenading time. Well, that turret is still there, too. I can see exactly where the enemy group is. It's a heavy stun lancer. She won't hit the dude.
Finally.
Still can't see them. So well to me.
Good copy. Moving on target.
Draw.
Hostile target down. Locked and loaded.
Don't want to be spotted.
Moving on target location. It's killing time. Got him.
As you command.
I can handle that.
You can't see them, or they're really even there. Asking the important questions, I see. Get on the truck. That's funny. Or over there, into the fire. Do your best hunter impression and grapple into the fire.
Repositioning. Advent approaches.
Nice. Okay, these guys are too far away to hit with the same grenade, I believe. Yeah. Looks like a heavy purifier. Advanced purifier, excuse me. Don't know if they're any more dangerous than a regular purifier. Okay, so throwing a grenade will not end your turn. That seems like a really bad tile to blow up, actually. Don't throw a grenade onto the stuff that's literally holding you up.
Explosive out! No armor penetration. Ammunition is
I saw an enemy back there. 9 out of 9. Interesting.
Target eliminated.
Rest in pieces, sir.
Here I come! Objective sighted! Who's keeping score? Need a resupply!
Can't exactly prevent the Spectre from doing things.
On the move. Got it covered.
Not sure if they're vulnerable to Overwatch fire at all.
Overwatch.
Guess we'll find out.
On my way. Affirmative. Covering now. I'm taking fire!
Hello.
Let's still move advent here.
Oh, geez.
Negative damage.
The enemy is flanking.
And they revealed on their turn, so they have full actions. Got 2 turns until the container detonates, so we need to get in there. Like yesterday. And you need to move Enigma Engine, because you are gonna collapse very shortly. Why are these tiles inaccessible? That's fascinating. Interesting. Can we snipe that mech? Yes. It's only a 61, though.
It's still moving.
Okay. That means I'm probably not killing that this turn. Need to kill this guy. Spectre might get to do stuff. Oh, also you're out of ammo? Son of a gun. So you gotta reload running gun to do what you want to do.
Going in for the kill.
It's fine.
Let's move already.
Dodged?
It's still up.
That was such a good chance for a crit. Dang it. Oh, now we're in real trouble. This is a flank? Not sure how or why, but I'll take it.
Confirmed.
You've got to be kidding me.
Come on, focus.
Oh, okay. That almost works.
Moving to designated coordinates.
This is so bad. Can't allow the stun lancer to survive.
Was there something over here? Enemy down.
Good stuff, but I'm not sure glass cannon's gonna live. Could take 2 shots at the advent mech. That seems terrible. Specialist has to move up.
Good to go.
Gotta hack the container next turn. Think I'm gonna Overwatch just to try to catch somebody moving.
I'm on it.
How's it going, Helkmar? We are not playing with any gameplay mods. No, not playing with Long War. It's a more reasonable move. You might get grenaded off the roof, though, you know?
I will go.
Nice. Okay.
The casualties will be free. My ammo is gone.
That is not good. Cover the flanks.
Oh yeah, they do like a stun thing?
No, I'm not. No.
Forgot they could do that. Creating a shadow duplicate of our soldier. We have to kill the Spectre to free our man from that. Grenade time?
We just lost one.
Glass cannon was killed, as you'd expect.
Menace 1-5, you're almost out of time. The detonator is about to blow.
Spooky. And now the truck's on fire. We can't stay here. Gonna move Sam here. We gotta take out the mech this turn. That should be easy. The thingy is the real problem, though. Spectre. How do I deal with the Spectre here? We're out of ammo. It's only one free reload. Oh, and this guy is disabled, too. Shoot. Do we ever have a big problem on our hands right now? Alright, I think my best play is to grenade the Spectre. This is gonna have to be hack range, right?
I'm going.
Yeah, here we go. Hack chest.
I'll take a look.
Wow, yeah, the satellite data is really good. Avenger scanning time reduced by half for 4 weeks. We're plus 20 hack stat permanently. That's a huge bonus. I gotta take the roll on that. These are both very good. Yes! Alright, we can't lose him now. Crypto isn't a very accurate username. Oh shit, that took my action. Oh boy. That's not good. I repeat, that is not good. Seven to 9, 100%. Crap location, though. Lightning Hands is recharged. Worth thinking about. Okay.
Finally! Here, catch!
Target neutralized.
Okay, that gave Connie an action, which is hella important here.
Let's reload. Now.
Best outcome possible if I can kill the mech. This truck is still on fire, so I should probably not be adjacent to it. Can't see the mech from there. I don't like that move very much. Let's see a better one, though.
How did that now? Out of ammo here.
I must improve.
Blah! That was really important. That was a really important shot. Please no.
Heavy damage. Take a bleeding. Lost one. What I could.
Connie, no! Killed by missing a 91%. It's tough. That's tough.
To recover when we get back.
But we didn't lose our hacker, and that's the important part.
Woo! You see that?
No problem, boss. Got it.
All hostiles are down and the area is secure.
Tough.
I am encouraged.
Losing 2 soldiers there does hurt a little bit. Not as much as you might think, but a little bit.
I would like to assure the citizens of Advent that our peacekeepers will stop at nothing to prevent further attacks by criminal elements such as the one that occurred today. The Elders have total faith in our ability to overcome. End the Elders' false vision. That is the purpose of
Connie Lingus,
Until they
you did not die in vain. Join the fight. Glass cannon, avenge him.
We can thank Advent for the inspiration.
Damn right. We got a laser sight, an advanced auto loader. First 2 reloads don't cost an action, and a regular hair trigger. I feel like we got better stuff than that.
Hello, Commander.
High alert countered. That would have been extra detection range, I think. How'd you get Fear of the Chosen on a mission where the Chosen didn't even show up? Hello? Deepen the bond. Blank page is getting the thingy done. Okay. Here. Give me a new heavy to replace the one we just lost. Ooh, a facility lead. It's a good thing to get our hands on. That'll let us take out one of these alien facilities that are contributing to the Avatar project without having to go all the way over there.
Wait until they hear you're working with those Advent goons that broke free somehow.
Course.
Course.
There were some casualties during that last covert action, Commander, but our troops will all recover after some well-earned rest.
Sweet, our other skirmisher has returned successfully. We've improved our influence with the Templars. That'll give us new resistance orders each month and new possible covert actions. And completes one of the 3 pieces of the hunt for the Hunter.
Slowly but steadily, our faith in your word grows, Commander. My followers and your people continue to grow.
More XP gain.
And now the Resistance can take on more responsibility, should you need it.
Our influence with the Resistance factions has motivated them to share some new information on the Chosen.
Ooh, more pistol power? I really like that quite a bit. Acquired scientist. 15% more resistance rewards. It's a new order. Improved swords. I really want improved pistols. Also like that you can use these covert options to permanently boost the stats of many soldiers. Well, let's get improved pistols. Don't want him to level up, though. Don't think will matters. Send cool Cucumber and Calvin.
We will begin the covert action immediately, Commander.
Let's see, do we have any soldiers who could be named? Just Jack Arnold. We'll open up namings when there's more names to give out. Oh, and blank epilogue page recovered. Good, which means we can put somebody else in there. No, nobody yet. Good. Another engineer on staff, help us clear out this machinery. Probably build the psionics lab next. Although we need the shadow chamber or whatever. Got lots of things we want to clear. I'll grab that facility lead, I think.
Avenger.
Yeah, we also need power, although we can use one more engineer to get 5 more power. And more resistance contacts. That is a thing I have less of a plan for getting. Skulljack complete. Access to the alien communications network is highly restricted, requiring several complex biomedical augments before admittance can be granted. The Skulljack allows us to, quote, hack into the network by temporarily wresting control of a being's augments, though any access gained is sure to be short-lived. 1 Skulljack added. As if the Skulljack itself weren't invasive enough, Tygan has conceived of a more thorough means of extracting information from Advent soldiers' chips. This new skull mining technique could lead to new intel gains from our enemies and could even grant access to hidden alien facilities for the purpose of sabotage. I can also upgrade our Skulljacks to significantly enhance the hacking ability of any soldier carrying one. Let's assign a new project in the Proving Grounds. So, skull mining. 125 supplies in 8 days. Not bad. Let's do it. I want the hacking ability upgrade. And we can queue up some ammo. Oh, can I level up Bond in the training center? No. Nobody currently available to do that.
Normally, I'd avoid picking on civilians, but you're really starting to get on the Elders' nerves, and they're just not going to let this go.
The Chosen are gonna do whatever it takes to get to you, Commander, even if that means wiping out entire camps of Resistance supporters. We're their only line of defense.
Bummer.
Our action together is complete, Commander.
Huzzah. Some more ability points. Can't hunt the Chosen Warlock Part 3 until we get a major rank soldier. You know what I haven't done in a little while? Actually, let's assign an action first. Hunting the Hunter Part 2 is a good idea. Low risk of capture. That or gain ability points and more health is a good idea. I like stacking health on our extremely durable people. Animal Barca. So who wants to get +2 aim? Let's use Brennick. I'm gonna give Brennick some promotions here. Provide an additional utility slot. Interesting.
With the commander running things, I've got plenty of time to focus on learning to fly this boat.
From what I've seen, you could use the practice.
Somebody who's lieutenant or higher. Richard Smith.
My followers will lead this action to victory.
So now what? We're about to finish plated armor. That's going to help a lot, too. Got lots of alloys and Illyrium and supplies. Guess we should poke at the black market here.
Avenger plotting new course.
Have a look at what they've got today.
Market is open.
They want my facility leads? Can sell those for $20? Come on. Crazy. Superior speed. Ooh, 50 intel for a very nice PCS. Not sure what perception does. Is that aim? Superior scope's also nice for only 25 intel. Let's take the superior scope. And that speed PCS. To give our soldiers a nice boost to their movement range. Perception is aim. Okay, let's grab that, actually. Don't want to spend any more intel. That's going to get us some very strong soldiers.
Avenger plotting new course.
I think you will find our results have exceeded expectations.
That's right, we can make the exosuit and the spider suit now. We've recovered enough of the Advent armor to begin repurposing the outer plates into something better suited to our soldiers. The material itself seems to be the same as what the aliens utilized throughout the Avengers' hull, an extremely durable substance with an unusual ambient magnetic property. As an armor component, the magnetic field surrounding these plates will actually provide additional protection against magnetic-based weaponry, most notably the Gauss weaponry commonly equipped by Advent. Tempest gauntlets. I think that means our Templars will do more damage. And we want the Predator armor for sure. Armor is more health, but also additional inventory capacity, so everybody's going to get an extra item slot, and that's the big game changer for us. Spotty records from the ruined mainframe at XCOM HQ indicate an early prototype for a light armor suit coupled with a grappling hook never came to fruition. Our recent mastery of the aliens' materials might allow us to revive the concept. And we have +1 on the pistols. I'm gonna follow the inspiration of the facility lead too.
Although I would expect
blow up one of those
to be
facilities.
growing more accustomed to seeing the clear intermingling of both human and alien genetic material, I must admit, this reptilian creature with such distinctive human features is surprisingly unsettling. Invasion-era reports include references to a species with some reptilian qualities, but nothing as readily apparent as this. I find it unusual, to say the least, that the subject so often referred to in the past as the Thin Man has now been revealed to actually be a genetic derivative of this wholly reptilian creature.
I find it truly remarkable how adaptable some of the alien species' genetics are to the constant tweaks they're subjected to. In the case of the Viper, a species once identified as the infiltration unit known as the Thin Man, the aliens have made a conscious reduction in their efforts to disguise its true form. Without the introduction of extensive genetic human material, the Viper reverts to a purely reptilian form while apparently retaining the same intellect and combat aptitude. The Viper's snake-like form is in many ways similar to the legless reptiles we commonly encounter on Earth. The enhanced torso musculature allows for upright mobility, and the addition of 2 physically weak but capable arms allows for the handling of traditional weaponry. Of the many alien species our troops encounter in the field, I find the prospect of encountering an intelligent snake standing over 2 meters tall to be amongst the most disturbing. So we can improve medkits now. But let's grab... do Advent Make Breakdown first. Let's do the facility lead.
I will send word as soon as we have something of note. A fanatical, if not wholly obsessed being. The chosen warlock is without question the most loyal of the Elder's children. In his many verbose orations, the warlock has made it clear that...
In his many more verbose orations.
Of the Elders. In truth, I suspect prolonged exposure to exceedingly high amounts of psionic energy have long ago warped this creature's mind.
New orders, Commander?
Alright, let's get that squad upgrade for the Predator armor. Costs all of my supplies, most of my alloys. But means everybody
The aptly named Predator armor
gets better armor.
Soldiers increased longevity in the field.
Don't they look good? That should put a stop to our deaths, probably. I think it's 3 more health or something like that.
I've been proud of what we're doing here. For the first time.
And the extra item slot is very good.
Actually,
Of course, I have no supplies with which to build more stuff.
We completed our research in remarkable time, Commander.
Yeah, we can go to the one in Chile. Don't know what's a priority at this point. Let's do the mech breakdown.
These robotic units, developed by Advent, seem to be wholly autonomous, capable of targeting and engaging selected units without reliance on external verification. Although it falls on me to work through the initial disassembly, I fully intend on involving Shen in this process, as her knowledge of robotics far outweighs my own.
Okay. I think we're in pretty good shape, honestly. So we are able to attack this facility at any time. But I want to do so right now. Who's available? Our best are available. We do... Actually, no, I want to put the order into effect that gives us more XP. So we'll wait for the supply drop.
Got an urgent communication coming in for you now, Commander.
I had high hopes.
No alien activity
under your leadership, Commander, and you have outdone yourself.
There will be no more fleeing from the Elder's wrath. It is time for you to accept their judgment, and I will deliver it.
We're going to be put into some serious confrontations with the Warlock pretty soon here. Next retaliation strike imminent. Oh, bomb squad. Experimental grenade and heavy weapon projects are completed instantly in the proving grounds. I did want to do that. Maybe next month we'll get a bunch. Yes, yes, yes. Definitely. I think this is our next one. Could maybe swap out weak points for a month? That wouldn't be too bad. Yeah.
As you wish, Commander.
Need to work with the Reapers a bit? I literally can't until we find the third chosen. So that'll be waiting. Alright, do I go right now? I'm gonna go right now to this facility.
Setting course for Chile.
But if, for example, the assassin were to show herself on this mission, then we could start furthering our influence with the Reaper.
Commander Tygan and Shen aren't going to be happy if we don't put the Skulljack to good use. We should have one of our soldiers equip it before they deploy.
Definitely. Un moment. Let's see who I'm bringing here. Alright, we're definitely going to bring... we should bring our 2 highest level soldiers, because we want them to get promoted. So, Valor and Storm are coming. Crypto is coming with the Skulljack. So, Predator Armor gives 4 additional health. And 1 additional item slot. We're gonna need some better stuff, though. '90 hack is pretty good. Oh yeah, we've got some PCS stuff we want to use. Let's see. 15 aim, 3 mobility are the ones we purchased. Those are amazing. Do you have a PCS installed? Yeah, I gave him will, but I might want to improve that to mobility. Huge mobility on a Templar seems crazy good. The other option is I'll put that on the Reaper so that our Reaper is crazy fast. Hey, Sliding Toke, appreciate those kind words. Glad the content's keeping you busy. Tough choices here. Storm is to animal. Okay, we'll bring both of our bonded pairs then. It's a bit overkill for the mission, but is it really? Can't have more than one of the same grenade. It's got Sharpshooter, Templar, Skirmisher, Specialist, Ranger. Or, sorry, Grenadier. No Ranger currently. Let's bring Amathar, the Unfallen. Lots of suggestions to build things that cost supplies that we don't have. So I can't build crap. You're really the person I want to give the bonus aim to. You're the kill zoner? Yes. I do want you to have 15 more aim. Look at that crazy aim. 102 plus... Wait, plus 10? Oh, that's accounting for the 10's from the gun. The 102 just improved. Beautiful. Beautiful. We also got an improved scope. Here, you're gonna upgrade your weapons. stuff. Swap that out for the advanced autoloader. Got a superior scope for somebody. But I'm not sure who. I'm going to take the bonus mobility on the Templar. 15 mobility. He's going to be crazy fast. Alright, lastly, before I jump on to this mission and sabotage another alien facility, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water, grab a quick snack. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and when I return, we're going to blow some stuff up. BRB. Hey, everybody. We have returned. It's time to facilitate some destruction amongst advanced ranks here. Fairly happy with our new set of armor. I think it's going to result in a pretty successful mission, even if things go wrong. We're not likely to lose people in one flanking shot anymore. We've got a bit more durability, a bit more room for error. And our highest ranked troops have lots of health, more than 10 at this point. It's enough to survive just about any hit.
The aliens have a secure facility hidden in this area conducting research crucial to the Avatar project. And we've got enough information at this point to move in and take it out. Once we reach the AO, head to the designated...
So everybody has more than 10 health, actually. That's good. The highest level ones have 16.
Clear, and we'll blow that place to hell. Menace 1-5. Target coordinates are locked in.
So, bonus objective here, if we find an Advent officer, and I think the game is guaranteed to spawn one here for us, we can use the Skulljack on them.
Heading to that location.
Scanning protocol is a 360-degree scan. Battle scanner is a targeted scan. Look at this guy's mobility. He's a fast boy.
To victory.
And then there's Atox. That's a lot of snack.
Solid copy. I run.
Where would we like to snipe from? Here, maybe? Let's start by being here.
Moving out.
Let's do this.
Okay.
I'd like to peek around for a slightly more dangerous group of enemies to start combat with, but...
Headed there now.
Let's see... see what this shows me. No enemies over there.
Good copy. Moving on target. A long approach.
Solid copy.
That's affirmative.
Yes, Commander.
Got it covered. I'm on it.
No one gets by me. Confirmed. I have eyes on the enemy. Agreed.
Moving to designated coordinates.
Yeah, this river seems to be completely impassable. We can't traverse it with anything. So we're going to have to go this way and around towards the facility. Not really a biggie. Just not 100% sure where to take cover. These guys walk here, they could spot us up against the wall.
Orders confirmed. Moving out.
A long run.
Moving out. Eyes on the prize. On Overwatch.
Overwatch.
Oh, crap.
I fail in my empathy.
I might load that. That was definitely not what I was trying to do. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Yeah, it's going to activate those two. I was very much not trying to fire the pistol there. The 2 hotkey is Overwatch and everybody except the Templar, apparently. Whoops. Yeah, I'm going to load that, actually. Perfect. Another reason we don't play Iron Man.
Riley. Covering distance.
No need to ask twice. Got a group of hostiles over here.
Moving. To victory.
On my way.
You're going to go here.
Scanning. Eyes on the prize.
Overwatch.
I don't really remember how Killzone works with pod reveals, but I think we're going to find out momentarily.
Orders confirmed. Moving out.
I comply.
As you command.
Yeah, it's Overwatch in that zone, but if I activate the pod and all 3 entities try to move at the same time, am I going to get 1 Overwatch shot or 3? That's the question.
sense any disturbance.
Moving to Overwatch.
I will not waver.
I'm on it. On Overwatch.
Let's find out.
Locking them out.
My guess is 1. The animation of the game can't handle all 3.
Stand and fight.
You know that was good.
That's what I thought. Ended up being not great, actually.
I'm going. Did you see that one?
My patience is at an end. Suffer my rage.
So close, buddy. That means we can get a guaranteed kill with the cannon, though. So I can try to justice this guy. I think I'll shardgun him.
Not a problem.
Not sure how gaining an extra action will work here with momentum. Doesn't seem like it's necessary.
Check it before you get too close.
Alright, move up. I could whiplash... No, I can't whiplash after doing. Wow. Good shot. If I justice him, will he... point blank shoot at me? He might. Actually, don't know what the AI will do. You know what? I want to find out.
For the fallen!
Come here. Aha! Our friend.
Savor the moment.
Hunter seems intent on showing up on every facility mission. Good.
It's looking like your last.
Steady stream of ability points.
That's one of the Elders chosen, and it's not gonna make things easy on us. Let's try to take care of it as quickly as possible.
Can't think!
Well, how about
Don't make this too easy on me.
So I think the trooper was about to shoot me, but Killzone was still active, so we shot him in the face. I didn't consider that I was using justice to pull an enemy into the Killzone cone. That's good. Route 711, thank you so much for the 18 months of support. Having a blast. Let's see here.
I'm trusting you here.
Dang it. No focus. Might use teamwork to get the kill. The ability teamwork, that is. Don't have combat protocol. It's gonna be very hard to hit the priest. %. Can at least have Enigma Engine take a shot, though. Oh, there's the shot. Right there.
Moving there.
Flank. 66. How much for this? An additional 66. This is a once per mission, though.
It is dead. My brother won't be happy you killed a priest.
Seems doable.
Alright, I need to know what else is out here, if anything. In the fog of war here. Right. There. Seemingly nothing, but I don't trust it.
No problem, boss.
Rock and roll!
Moving to Overwatch.
No need to ask twice.
My watch begins.
I guess that'll be okay.
Enjoy these final breaths.
No problem, boss.
there. I'm all over it.
It's quiet. Too quiet. All right, we've seen that these things aren't allowed to fire because on the first turn they reveal because of our tactical thingy. So, have that. Hey,
Shot wide.
Skulljack the Chosen. I wish. Definitely, I wish.
A great distance.
I'm still amazed anyone in the Resistance agreed to work with you skirmishers. Why would anyone trust a faction built on disloyalty?
It only damaged the armor.
Okay, I'll go.
Hunter conveniently revealing the location of his friends to me.
There's an art to what I do.
Not even on Overwatch. So all we have to do is get the Templar out of the red tiles here, which is really not even that many tiles. And we won't get shot at by the Hunter. Kind of sad, really. Will I be able to... Might be a little too far forward. This looks better.
You're going to learn the hard way, Templar. Your cult is built on a foundation of lies.
Menace 1-5, you're near the target position.
Okay, it's allowed to shoot at me this turn, so... For that not be a thing.
I will move.
Nobody's got hollow targeting or anything. But that can see the turret, that can't. This can also see the turret. I like that more. Staying well away from the group on the roof.
Miss the target.
That's a sad miss.
No tissue damage. Need ammunition.
Shoots turret. No tissue damage.
Not too shabby.
You're a cold-blooded killer, Commander. It takes one to know one.
Oh yeah. On Overwatch.
No one will slip past.
Good to go.
I'll give you a sporting chance.
I'm trusting you here.
Not yet.
On my
No
way.
rush after all.
I can handle that.
Scanning.
I am reloading. As you command. I will watch.
Doesn't tell me any free reloads I have left. It's unfortunate.
Moving to Overwatch.
I'll maintain my watch.
He's great. Every day, he's great. How does he do it? How's it going, Roy G. Biv? This is XCOM 2 with the War of the Chosen expansion / DLC.
What's over there?
The Elders aren't happy that you've been.
Wait, you're back up there again?
Facilities, Commander. Personally,
what?
I've enjoyed the show.
We've got the Chosen right
So we saw him grapple up here and then jump off the building, but he's back on top of the building. Hello? The questions keep coming. But why? What, a gas grenade? Nah, frag grenade in here sounds great.
Take this!
There's an Advent captain nearby. We should attempt to disable it with the Skulljack.
Now where's the skill in that?
Skulljacking this guy would be... oh, hilarious. I'm not going to do it this turn. That's asking for trouble. There's going to be other enemies to deal with. Alright, can I yoink that heavy lancer? 71, 61... yeah, we could justice him and then skulljack him. Problem is, when we skulljack the first officer, spoilers, it's going to create a new enemy that I'll have to deal with. I don't want that to appear right now. Let's try to justice the heavy lancer. 71's pretty reliable.
Failed us.
Acceptable outcome. This game's great. I guess I can grenade over here again? If I wanted to. Can't quite reach over there. I'll probably have the Templar hit that guy so we can get a guaranteed focus point or whatever. Alright, let's poke our head forward a bit. It was a 97%. He just missed it. Got complicated here. Run and gun. Hopefully they all only have one action.
Whatever you say.
Alright, we should just take some shots at the Lancer, I guess. Storm's gonna sword the shield bearer. This is 82, 62, 46. Alright, take the shot at the Lancer. Bearer, rather. Pretty unreliable, but sometimes you win.
Impressed yet?
Don't worry about
Okay,
them.
that made my life easy.
The Elders have plenty more to spare.
For the Templars!
Okay, I'll use the parry abilities so that he doesn't get shot. Hopefully that officer will be less of a problem. I'm gonna move forward and hunker. Don't take bad shots at the Chosen, because if we miss, the Chosen will gain shield. New badge get Amoyo, thanks for the full year of support. Heck yeah.
Seems doable.
I will go.
The Elders created you for this. Now it's time to prove your worth. Comes in handy sometimes. It's gonna be loud.
Nice 1-2 combo. They were able to daze the
One of
Templar
our
there.
soldiers is in a daze. We need to snap him out of it.
No damage done, but he is temporarily disabled. So I think we can have Sam run here, remove the dazed, and then go for the Skulljack on the officer. Let's do it. Or we could even use Revival Protocol to do that, but it's easier to use the free action for it.
You'll be fine. We must go on. We have to.
Alright, here goes.
Moving to access.
We got him.
We have complete access to the Advent Psionic Network. I have dedicated our systems to processing the new data, but we will need to work fast. It is only a matter of time before they detect our intrusion.
No bonus. %70% is a lie, it's guaranteed. That's actually good to know. Wasn't sure if that was gonna hit.
Found something.
Don't get so excited. Those guys are a dime a dozen.
What am I doing with this?
Commander, that appears to be the Codex responsible for safeguarding the alien data stores. We'll have to neutralize it if we intend to recover the data.
Understood. Weapons hot. We've got our target.
So, that is our new enemy type. It's called a Codex. And Codexes are particularly annoying, because they've got some nasty abilities. Namely, they duplicate themselves whenever they take damage.
Ready to go.
Which means Codexes are best dealt with a small number of high damage shots. They also, I believe, teleport when they duplicate, so that makes a bit of a problem. That said, a good sword attack should make this nice and easy.
I have never seen anything like this. The Codex is projecting multiple copies of itself into our dimension.
$38. Just because of the difference of the squad side, huh? Codexes also have some really nasty abilities they can use. Like a kind of psi-bomb. Interesting thought, but the hunter would get me.
As you order. Okay, I'll go.
There's an action to Zatox. I don't think he can do anything while dazed, though. Yeah. Flashbanged, essentially. Trying to suppress the Chosen, I don't think... Let's find out, actually. I don't think this is going to work.
I bet you can't do that again. All right, team. Let's get this done.
The Codex appears to be in a state of flux, existing simultaneously across multiple dimensions.
So... Oh yeah, I can just grapple out of the suppression, that's right. So, the psionic bomb is the nasty thing that Codex... Oh, actually, we get a shot when he does that. Cool.
She never fails me.
Ooh.
You weren't supposed to live. I'm ready and waiting. So go ahead, Commander. Impress me.
Still disoriented. So, anybody who was within the psionic bomb has their weapon disabled. They're out of ammo. For now. Until they reload. And anybody who remains in this bomb at the end of the turn is going to take a very large amount of psionic damage. Being in close proximity to the hunter, he can actually mess with us a little bit here, so we have to be careful. Everybody has to get out of the bomb blast. And everyone has to try to do something productive. Interesting. No grapple targets available. Okay, we can sword the Codex. Just hoping there's not more aliens inside the building. I'm gonna try to heal Shield Maiden here. Alright, Heavy's gonna go up here.
If you say so.
I'd like to hit the hunter with the gas grenade, but his position makes that a little questionable. It looks like he's being hit by it. Yeah, he's definitely being highlighted there. So I think we can get him with the gas grenade. Yeah, that definitely indicates his tile. Or I can give an action to the Templar. No.
Fire in the hole!
This may not actually hit the Chosen here. Good, it did. Wasn't sure. Alright, we really need to know if there's more stuff in here.
It's far, but I can reach it.
No problem, boss.
I think that's the safest spot. No, this middle tile is. That way there's some protection site-wise, but imagine if we find something, it's going to be game over. For the Ranger? Fortunately, we don't.
Only the
Excellent
best.
work, Commander.
Question
It
is, can I
appears
use
some
Gremlin
physical
Heal?
remnant of the Codex was left
Yes.
behind when it dissipated. Hopefully, it will provide some insight into the aliens' ongoing plans.
You are flanked by the Hunter, so Hunter is relatively likely to do something annoying on his turn.
I move.
Okay, we need to get a little closer.
Already there.
I've got help coming, Commander.
My position's been compromised.
Okay, bye.
Let's try something else. Let's make this clean. Something must be off. The Elders have never offered up an entire planet as a
Okay,
bounty
cool.
before. You must really be something special, Commander.
Yeah, he gave us an item drop instead of killing somebody. Very convenient. And then missed. Just outright missed. You'd think he'd have enough aim that he wouldn't be able to miss. Being like the super elite sniper, but nope.
Oh yeah!
Give that XP to the sniper.
I found something here. Did you see that one?
I think Advent's been letting some of the rejects slip through production lately.
Whatever you say.
Could plant the objective here, but... And if I was looking to simply blow this place and evac, that's what I would do. But we're here to kill the Chosen, and then maybe kill some of the reinforcements, too.
Yes, Commander. Head down.
Absolutely. Maintaining position. They're shifting their attack.
I'm the best there is. Not a very
Missed that he
clean
could do that.
shot, I'll admit.
And he's getting quite a bit of health stolen. He gets to do the fun stuff. Don't grapple to the poison.
Changing position.
Oh, that's not a ladder. Heck. Well, heck.
I guess that'll be okay. Where to?
I grenade him from below. Probably not.
I'm going.
Light 'em up.
It's going to take more than a few wounds to slow me down, Commander.
I go quickly.
On the move. I'm ready. Come get some.
Not sure where he's going to appear next.
I will sense any disturbance. Always carry a backup.
No, I've never seen him use that before.
Too often. The most dangerous game? Hardly.
That's funny.
Heads down!
Going down?
You might as well start throwing rocks.
That's a great idea, actually. I know what I'm doing next time. Oh, I need to be able to see him to sort him. Unacceptable. Here.
I'm trusting you here.
There he is.
Feel the power of the Templars. You call that power?
I do.
You're going to pay for that one.
The sniper can give Enigma an action. So Enigma, you move down here. And then we'll use teamwork.
The enemy should fear us.
They will fight no more. Soon to be out of ammunition.
Alright. Not too bad.
You've surprised me once again, Commander. Maybe I need to reconsider my tactics.
We've proven the Chosen can be hurt. Now we just have to work on putting them down for good.
Locked and loaded.
We'll just evac
On the move.
shortly. When we get this place, there's going to be Advent reinforcements that come in. We may or may not choose to deal with them, depending on the exact location of their appearance.
Menace 1-5, status confirmed. X4 charges are armed. Move to the extraction point for immediate evac.
A good decision.
That extraction point is wherever we want it to be.
On the move.
I advance.
10-4. Moving out.
Moving to Overwatch.
Perfect spot. That's exactly where I want them to
Be
be.
advised, we've picked up hostile reinforcements inbound on your position.
I am watching.
Reloaded. On Overwatch.
Reinitializing weapon. I go as ordered. I await their approach.
Just gonna... Not really. I can get these 5 tiles. Alright, see what happens.
Got it covered.
Seems doable. Got it covered.
I've got eyes on Advent troops.
Good luck!
got friends.
Didn't see any kill zone
Be
shots there.
advised, we've picked up hostile reinforcements inbound on your position.
Oh, good cover.
A useful aid. Their armor saves them. Ammunition is low. I strike out from my tent. Their casualties grow just as they fall. I require ammunition.
I'm on it. Affirmative. Covering now.
I'm on it. Maintaining this area.
Come get some.
For my XP, yeah, just getting a little bit of experience points by dunking these nerds. No real reason not to. It's very fun anyway. Blow him up, blow him up. Someone blow him up.
Went off the armor.
Come on, focus.
You know that was good.
At any cost.
That was
Menace
weird.
1-5, X4 charges are armed. Get to the evac point. We don't have any time to spare.
Don't we?
Return to the void. I strike for my people.
If you say so.
We want the sniper to get the kill.
I'm going. Well, how about that?
It's a really cool way to kill a guy. Okay, let's call an evac.
We must leave immediately. I go. Leaving combat.
Seems doable. Heading out.
Whatever you say.
Okay, I'll go. Ready to be that confirmed.
I'm gone. Returning to base.
Let's go.
Menace 1-5, status confirmed. X4 charges detonating.
Am I allowed to pick up corpses off the ground? I don't think that I am. Doesn't sound like a thing.
The speaker commended loyal citizens.
But there is a mod for it. Of course there is.
Standing up to those who would abandon our values for those of the old world. The remarks followed a moment of silence for peacekeepers slain by XCOM dissidents.
So for some mission types, you get enemy bodies that are left behind at the end. But that's only for mission types where you can salvage the area afterwards. If you have to evac, like we did there.
Despite our victory over them today, we still have much to learn if we wish to destroy them permanently. Commander, please thank our troops for completing what was surely a difficult task.
Yeah, we got one Codex Brain, one Repeater, one Elerium Core, and nothing else. So no bodies were collected from that.
The alien facility now stands in ruin, Commander. Excellent work. Your efforts will no doubt slow the aliens' progress towards the Avatar project.
So for killing the Codex, we reduce the Avatar progress by 2. For destroying the facility, reduce it by 1. And I think, again, for killing the Codex, we reduce the overall progress on the project. So it'll be slower to gain more stuff. So let's take a look at the global situation now.
The creature your troops defeated here was clearly of some importance to the aliens, Commander. Let us hope that the recovery
That feels a lot better.
prove equally important to our own efforts.
I have $14. Oh, my supply drop's over here. What the heck?
Destroyed a vessel of the Elder's wisdom. And with it goes your opportunity at understanding the knowledge it contained.
Ah, it's retaliation time. We did hear that was imminent.
If they would choose defiance, then I will force their obedience.
These are some of the nastiest missions you'll encounter each month. We have to go into an enemy-rich environment with special siege enemies, too. Probably more Muton Berserkers. And if we do not complete this mission to satisfaction, then we'll lose contact with the region entirely. How's it going, Ricky Main? I do not play TFT. Generally, you won't catch me playing many multiplayer games. Much more enjoy challenging myself in single player. Alright, again, we're looking to bring our highest ranked people on this one. Valor's tired. Take her and Zatox. Enigma. Got the good one. Any other items you can bring? Can you also bring a flashbang? No. But we can bring a skulljack. Since I don't have skull mining, I'm not going to bother at the moment. Let's take our Reaper. Actually, no, you don't get But Reaper can be concealed even on a Haven Assault, right? Actually, that seems really nice. To give the Reaper a better weapon. Throw dodge. Phantom and Shadow are independent of squad conceal, so it still works. Got it. So Rangers with Phantom start concealed, am I hearing that correctly? If so, I've been undervaluing the perk. Because that means you get 2 free concealments. One at the start, and then one when you use the ability. It's been lying to me.
Ranger. Squad green to deploy.
We might run into the Warlock here. That would be a annoying, complicating factor.
Word just came down. The aliens have amassed a huge force to strike one of the resistance outposts nearby, and those people desperately need any help we can provide them. We're going in to eliminate the enemy threat.
Oh, the ability says stay concealed when your squad is revealed. I'm misremembering. Which one?
One of those chosen is leading an assault on the resistance encampment in this area.
But the Reaper has 2.
What they can to fight back, but we need to help protect the civilians trapped nearby. There's a group of resistance soldiers hunkered down not far from your position.
Okay, we've got the
Move
groups
in
of
and help
soldiers
fend
thing.
off
That's
the
good.
attacking alien forces.
Good.
I go where I am needed.
So we poke way ahead with our extremely overpowered stealthy boy. get an idea of where the enemies are at. If no enemies are spotted, we may charge directly forward. Huzzah.
I can make it!
Dashing.
On the move! Already there!
Looking to stay within a fairly narrow range of tiles, as we're not 100% sure what's safe outside of what I've already seen. And yes, there are more berserkers.
I am at your service. You can never escape my sight.
Interesting. Hello. Don't even know where that muton went.
Moving.
There you are. Hi. Think about using Whiplash. Don't like the swirly thing. Give him the hollow targeting.
Aye, aye. Shot wide.
And now he's gone? Question mark? Kind of.
It will pour through! We must destroy their armor. I have spurred on them. They live no more!
Here I come!
Do I like using Templars? Not as much as I like using Skirmishers. Skirmishers are definitely my favorite of the faction heroes.
Folk says I am to obey. Beyond vision.
Understood.
Covering!
The target is marked.
Parry is very ridiculous. There's so many things. Like, the Templar could just one-on-one a Muton Berserker. Easily. Which is a little bit silly, but I don't mind. Let's get that Spectre.
Impressed yet?
Admittedly, really cool shot. Alright, next priority, that Muton. needs to be very much not alive anymore. Remember, do not melee the mutons. Repeat, do not melee the mutons.
Copy that.
Finally!
I will go.
Oh, it's a range penalty on the bullpup. That makes sense.
Armor still holding!
Our Spire creator. Ammunition is low.
I want to do that. It's theoretically safe to do that, but I might reveal a new pod, so I'm not going to do that. Actually, wait. You can tell me if I'm going to do or reveal a new pod by doing that.
Moving out.
Anybody around? Hello?
I will go.
All right, that looks like nobody. So, send in the Templar.
This world is ours.
Smart choice.
Commander, Advent isn't backing off. They've got units in the AO that are ignoring our forces just to get a better shot at the civilians. Take those bastards down. There's a large group of civilians pinned down within range of your position. Sensors indicate hostile forces are closing in fast. We need to get in there before the aliens slaughter those people.
Got it. Shit.
The resistance team is in the clear. They're moving to help the other survivors.
Location confirmed. Go, go, go!
I will reposition.
Moving quickly.
Like so far behind the Reaper.
Maintaining this area.
They're just wrecking everything.
I go where you tell me.
For you to go now.
Okay. That's a good place to drop a claymore, actually. Actually, are you guys remote startable? Can remote start that? Probably not what I want to do. Reaper is not revealed when shooting the claymore or when it is triggered.
Placing explosive.
Oh, nice.
Covering distance.
Locked and loaded. Solid copy.
Good to go.
That's the way up there? Interesting. Find where you are.
Overwatch.
No one will slip past.
Hi?
Target still up.
I must concentrate.
Hey! It's not clear why they revealed.
Time for hiding is over.
Oh, everything on the map just activated for some reason. Well, that's fun. And the soldiers are all reloading. Can't see Overwatch hit chance, no. But as usual, there's a mod for that. Alright, lots of stuff to do now. Mutons everywhere. And I mean everywhere. I totally missed this as a sniping opportunity. This might be a kill zone moment. Where's my sniper? There you are.
Locked and loaded.
These are free reload. Yeah, because we can just cover the entire area with kill zone.
They're not getting through.
Okay, just do that. Take 3 shots on your turn. There's a lot going on over there. Yeah, an expanded mag for Overwatch, for Killzone would be really good. We're working on the high tier upgrade stuff. When we get the Hunter's Rifle, that'll work really well. Actually, nobody gets hit by the remote start because they're not near the explosive part. Go figure. So many things we could do here. Many mutons will be taking many shots. Thinking about lobbing a gas grenade in that direction. Not sure I'm going to be able to get it far enough. That's the problem. You're to him, okay. Could go double grenade. Or I could do multiple things with the Ranger. Tough call. We should kill the non-berserkers first. The berserkers are relatively controllable. The regular mutons are going to be troublemakers for me. Mimic Beacon would also help distract. I think that's a good idea. I wonder if that uses my turn.
Roger that.
63 on that muton. Gas grenade gets just one. Alright, I think I'll try to just shoot this guy conventionally then. Take 2 shots.
I'm alright.
Okay, that should be a kill even with thingy.
I give you strength.
And that only uses one of her actions, so we can throw the Mimic Beacon with the other one. Good.
Gotcha.
Still a kill even though we missed thanks to the stock. Good job, stock. I know it's boring to use a stock solution sometimes, but they are reliable.
Now! We should do something about that armor.
Can't help but agree.
I am trusting you.
How many civilians are in the blast radius of this one? But also all the mutons? I don't think so. Don't think so. It's a valiant effort, but no.
My failure is my own. I have no ammo. Reloading.
Maybe we should have gone for the grenade first, actually. Can't reach. Okay, fair enough.
Their armor still holds.
Already moved, right? That's right.
A focused strike of power.
Oh, Jesus. They can parry that? I didn't realize it worked that way. Crap. I did not know that worked like that. Straight up, didn't know that. Mistakes have been made.
My life is in your hands.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
This is really long range, so it's not a surprise we're getting missed here. Uh-oh. Good.
They have made the greatest sacrifice.
Yeah, the Mimic Beacon made the greatest sacrifice, that's right. How's it going, Ronan HW? I play mostly Honest Man. We've had one restarted mission this campaign. Generally speaking, I reload as little as possible. Problem is, if they slaughter the civilians like this, we might not be able to keep the region with us. Okay, I only need to lose up to 6 more. We're fine. Yeah, I restarted the black site mission when it went sour. I honestly went on the black site a little bit too early this campaign.
You will never hide from me.
Okay. So, Zatox is stunned. We can kill both kill several mutons. We might be able to change our fate a little bit here. This does look relatively bad, though.
We're green to go.
Decent chances. 87 on the Berserkers. 58 on the Muton. Interesting. Okay, we'll think about that. Yeah, not many civilians alive in the truck. Gotta focus on the regular mutons, though. That's the priority right now. 12 health and no armor. Okay, you should actually be exposed. Okay, the Reaper can finish off that badly damaged Muton. There's 3 more over here. Such a big problem. I think being on top of the bus is a good idea.
I will move.
Actually, alternately, I think this is a good idea. Don't really care if we're dropping, if we lose loot on because of this.
Victory brings resolve.
Got running gun to use on this guy. Be careful about those berserkers, though.
The shadows fail us.
Acceptable outcome. It's like running and gunning over there seems like a really bad idea. Just you 2 left. Okay. So somebody has to kill this thing. Slash distract the other Muton. Okay.
Move into fire position. On it. Woo! You see that?
Gives an action to you. Should be fine. interesting. Is that about to immediately take an action? I think it is. Uh-oh.
Taking fire here.
Oh, he's dead. And so is the Templar man. That's rude.
The stress of battle is enough to get to anyone.
This mission went really south.
We'll have to give our soldiers plenty of time to rest.
I don't understand why all the mutons activated at the same time, though. Does anyone understand what happened there? It was like everything that my Reaper could see suddenly became active, even though the Reaper was concealed. And I don't understand. If you can see the aliens with your soldier, the resistance soldiers will trigger the pods. Ah! Okay, so that's what happened. Okay. That makes sense. Considering what to do about that, I don't like losing some of my best soldiers to a mechanic I didn't know about, but that is also the XCOM experience sometimes. And we can recover from this, so I think that's what I'll choose to do.
Utilizing hook.
Same things happen with the Lost. You have to be able to see them both.
No tissue damage. Soon to be out of ammunition. Fight will go on.
Well, actually, also, Zatox didn't die because of the activation thing. Zatox died because I thought I could kill a muton with one hit point with a melee attack, and that is actually not true. Lesson learned.
Done. Frag out.
Never can seem to keep Templars alive. Might be able to save the Reaper here.
Tired of waiting around.
Bit of a long shot, but worth taking.
Enemy is still up. On reserve. Taking fire over here.
Rip the Reaper. It's okay, this is supposed to be a skirmisher campaign anyway. Getting rid of the other faction heroes means they won't be stealing the show.
We have nothing to fear.
Let's reload! Now! Weapon depleted. The light is mine. I have no more ammunition.
Nope, don't do that. Already learned that lesson.
Solid copy.
Futon, more like futon.
Use some ammo.
Oh, Uton. Let's just fall back a bit. It'll be fine.
Solid copy.
X-ray neutralized. Ammo out.
You can't handle me.
All right, GG. 2 soldiers lost to learn 2 lessons. 1, mutons can parry melee attacks, even if the melee attacks is 100% on it. And 2, enemies can be revealed by AI in really dumb ways. Very bad mechanic for Raxus. Bad job.
Who would abandon our values for those of the old world. The remarks followed a moment of silence for peacekeepers slain by XCOM dissidents.
My people would rather die fighting than starving in a shack somewhere. No regrets, Commander.
Give him some photos. He will live on in our struggle. I do regret giving him the bonus health now, though, since he didn't live. He did not die in vain. At least I didn't... I gave him the mobility thing, didn't I? Blah. Oh well.
Hello, Commander.
Oh well. We can recruit new soldiers. Anyway. So there will be another Templar. There will be another Reaper. But I'm in no hurry to get them. Avenger power. Interesting.
I'm impressed. I've always found those extra-dimensional beings to be especially irritating to hunt down.
Interesting choice. I'll send word as soon as we're finished, Commander.
One of each, please. Big Engine got a promotion, though, to Captain. Grant an extra action to a squad mate. Any squad mate seems pretty good. Free Ripjack attacks on any enemies that enter or attack from melee range.
For
most of my kind.
Interrupt. Instead of firing automatically on Overwatch, perform any single action.
Is clouded. Where once there was a constant stream of dominance, now there is only emptiness.
Saturation fire is an interesting supplemental ability.
In our newfound purpose, we will strike back at those who gave us no
Grab
choice in
combat
our
presence.
actions.
Got so many shared AP. Available, 2 wounded, 2 unavailable. High percent chance for a free move. That's funny. Those aren't very important.
Avenger plotting new course.
These findings will likely prove crucial to our ongoing efforts, Commander.
From our initial breakdown, I have to assume Advent mech design was at least in part based on the alien sectopod.
They're fully automated and armed to the teeth.
A similar autonomous war machine lacking in biological components. As far as I can tell, the Advent variant was supposed to be less intimidating, more suited for urban pacification or peacekeeping operations conducted in proximity to civilian crowds. That facade only works because the carefully designed disguised weapon systems integrated throughout the machine. I don't think people would react so calmly if they knew about the micro-missile launching system linked to Advent's network, running facial recognition on the crowds at microsecond intervals. Can now create the Kremlin Mark II for better hacking stats and other bonuses. Blue screen protocol. Blue screen rounds would be really good to get. Resistance comms reduced by half.
Central Officer Bradford has personally substantiated claims that the massive frontline unit they call the Muton was actually at one time even larger than the specimen I have before me today. As it is, the creature is abnormally warm to the touch for a corpse, and I must say, it is quite disconcerting. The aliens make a strong statement by fielding these massive creatures as their frontline combat units. I doubt they thought anyone would resist when faced with the alternative of staring down a Muton.
Having never seen any of the previous Muton variants personally, I can only go by the stories I've heard from Central Officer Bradford and others. As they say, the current breed is apparently on the smaller side, although considerably more agile than the originals. Internally, the subject maintains all the hallmarks of extensive genetic modification, with additional musculature and bone protecting the internal organs from any risk of direct contact. The aliens clearly spent a great deal of time and effort honing the abilities of the Muton as a frontline combat soldier. I'd heard that our soldiers believe the Mutons to be a part of a tribal society, at least originally, based on their unusual battle cries and markings seen in the field. Having finally gotten a closer look, I can confirm the presence of unusual scarification that could certainly be attributed to ritualistic behavior of some kind. This gives me a better
known
psyop.
to our troops as the Advent Priest, has up until recently been rarely sighted outside the city center. While not physically intimidating, much like the elders themselves, these priests are deceivingly powerful psionic beings. Even in death, their remains still radiate with powerful afterimages of psi energy. Maybe we should start training someone else.
The Elders don't spend a lot of time worrying about the difference between soldiers and civilians. It's all the same in the end.
These Chosen are constantly hunting us to try and recapture you, Commander, and are spreading terror throughout the Resistance as they go. We'll need to pay close attention to each one as they gain more information about our
Larger
plans.
effect
The Chosen
radius.
have already learned too much about our operations, Commander. If we don't work with the Resistance on a
that's cheap.
covert action to hunt them down, we're going to end up on the defensive.
Just give the word and I'll get started, Commander. We noticed early on that the Avenger has a tendency to dip forward when the power core is under load without the engines engaged. At first I thought maybe it was a stabilizer issue, but now I'm starting to think it's all just part of the alien's grand design. The core itself may not be entirely stable, which would explain why the aliens went through so much trouble to isolate it in the bow.
So we've run short of alloys again. Could get some here. Instead of going for Avenger power. I guess that makes sense.
Avenger plotting new course. Maximum power consumption reached.
5 power for the Shadow Chamber. 5 power for the Scilab. 42-day build time. Wow.
We can start construction on the Shadow Chamber whenever you're ready, Commander. This coil could provide us with some additional power for the Avenger systems, but we'll need to add some shielding first to protect the crew.
45 days. It's a lengthy time. Hey there, Boar45. You are so welcome for the fantastic content. Thanks for the fantastic support. Can't undo that. Muted.
We have made a number of new discoveries, Commander.
Sustaining sphere. While their physical appearance is no more striking than that of a typical Advent soldier, their talents in wielding psionic energy clearly differentiates them from the standard hybrid unit. Based on my post-mortem examination, I believe the source of this increased proficiency comes from careful genetic manipulation, a hallmark of the Elder's forces. In this case, an unusual synaptic configuration allows for what I believe to be psionic transduction between otherwise distinct and unrelated cell types found throughout the body. In combat, these increased pathways for the storage and release of psionic energy allow the priest to project control over its enemies in the field, while bolstering the survivability of its allies. Perhaps most critically, the priest has been known to sustain its own life force through psionic manipulation, cheating death in a way not seen amongst the Elder's other subordinate alien races. So there's a one-time save your life item. That seems pretty good. We might make 1 or 2 of those, depending on their price.
I'll see that work begins immediately, Commander. I'll contact you when I have a full report available.
Hey, Commander.
2 priest corpses, 75 supplies. Not bad. Priest corpses can be hard to come by, though. Another engineer, yes. Cover item from Resistance Haven, you got it.
Setting
Could run into the
course
Hunter,
for
but that's
Sector
not a
1,
problem.
The Arctic.
Probably make this the last mission of the stream today. Alright, who all is available? Skirmisher's tired. Lots of people tired. We've got... Ranger, Specialist, Sharpshooter, Grenadier. Okay. Not a lot of small items available. Man, 45 additional hack from the Skulljack. That's crazy. The Ranger better armor. Very difficult rating, huh? We shall see about that.
Sky Ranger deployed.
In position to drop.
Local resistance forces in this area managed to seize control of an Advent data vault holding files tied to the alien operation we picked up on. The aliens weren't about to let it go that easy. They overran the site, recapturing the data and killing everyone they found. We're not going to let that stop us. Move to secure the area, neutralize all enemy contacts, and recover the assets. Menace 1-5, we've got a bead on the Advent data vault near your position. Be advised, self-detonating charges are in place at the target. Move to disarm and extract the package before its contents are destroyed.
Can do.
Understood. Moving out.
No need to move too quick. We don't have a turn timer counting until concealment breaks.
Got it.
10-4.
We also don't want to be slowpokes here.
Copy that.
Affirmative.
Bien sûr. J'ouvre grand les yeux.
Not a fan of smoker medkits. You gotta pay for them. Although making 1 or 2 medkits to carry around is probably a good idea now that I have the extra inventory spots.
Roger that. Tempo.
Getting it done.
Je me déplace.
Sign of hostiles.
The aliens may have cleaned up the design, but these monsters are no better than the ones my father dealt with.
That is an Archon.
Running.
Flying alien with good defense, good evasion. And a big stick for bonking.
Let's do this. I'm on it.
Okay, we got line of sight on a lot of stuff. Muton plus Sectoid. Archon plus Sectoid. This could get me spotted. There's a pod right out here, but we need to know.
Moving. We got a hostile squad here.
Okay. So we obviously don't want to fight all of that at the same time. I think I'd like to engage these first.
Understood. Moving out.
Let's get everybody over here.
Got it.
Headed there now.
Roger. Got my eyes on.
Overwatch.
Scanning. Scan en cours. I'm on the move.
That's affirmative.
Je confirme.
Running. Affirmative. Covering now.
Overwatch. Tout de suite.
Affirmative. Covering now.
Roger. I've got my eyes on.
That's about as good as a start as I'm gonna get. I can hit them all with one gas grenade. That's pretty much perfect. Any overwatches that I want to try to do? I don't think so. We'll do that all after the fact. 2 use on combat protocol now. Good.
Grenade out!
We're busted!
Okay, top threats are the Muton and the Archon. Probably just want to throw a nade at the Muton here. 25% defense on the Archons. And they have good dodge, which further complicates matters here. Probably want to holo target the Archon, actually. That's a really good idea. Anywhere to move to? Not really. How come they don't have the debuff icon for the tactical thingy? Where they only get one action. Interesting.
Heading there now.
Je suis en route.
Ah, I can't see the Archon from here. Alright, fine. You grenade the Muton, then.
Explosion!
neutralized. Get it together.
Great. Okay, we can't kill the Archon. That's bad. Okay, I'll kill the other two then, in that case. We'll let the Archon do one thing.
Only the best.
Ooh, free action.
That's how it's done.
Nice. Alright, we'll still try to hurt you, but I imagine we won't succeed much. Hey, yeah, there's a tactical analysis debuff. Good. Alright, time is ticking, so now we have to move. Be swift about it.
J'y vais.
Don't like my move options much, though.
Heading out. Heading out.
To snipe from the corner here.
Move, move, move. It's killing time.
Je passe en vigilance.
Whatever you say.
So I can't go around the corner and actually deal with the pod on this turn, so I'm gonna creep a little closer here.
On Overwatch. Moving to Overwatch.
I also don't want to deal with this by moving up too quickly. Wait, what? Trooper and Shield Bearer are poisoned?
They've got friends.
We've got friends coming in. What the heck? I have so many questions.
Sure thing.
Okay, that group's not visible. That's really good for now. I don't understand. It's all stinky death.
On the move.
Yeah, Flyboy clearly brought the poison to them. I just don't understand how that works.
Ça marche.
Don't have that many turns left.
Scan en cours.
Seems doable. Got some advent here.
What?
Cible coriace. Dégâts nuls.
Gotta be kidding me. Of course, that move sees them. That purifier explodes. That will take out the Archon. I had no idea that poison spread. Or I can just blonk them all.
This is for you.
look forward to make a pistol shot, but I think I'd rather just do this. Nice.
X-ray neutralized.
Enemies down.
Apparently not a problem.
Did you see that one?
Cool.
Come get some.
Advent forces on the ground.
This part's a little spooky, though. Back on the high ground.
Tout de suite. Là, l'objectif.
Okay, I can see it but not hack it yet. That's fine. Contemplating having the snipers just break line of sight here. Seems somewhat reasonable. Mech could absolutely give me a hard time. Not much I can do about that. Just don't be on a bridge that can be sent into the icy waters below. Or whatever.
That is not good.
Fair enough.
On your order.
Affirmatif. Je couvre la zone.
Have to break that guy's cover. Seems kind of bad, though.
Whatever you say. Fire in the hole! Headed there
Good
now.
hunker.
Covering. Not a problem. Scanning.
No safe terrain for loot here.
Getting it done.
That armor's tough.
Cute.
Raté.
Get close here.
Good.
Aucun problème.
Ooh, superior hair trigger. That's a good one.
J'ai mis la main sur la marchandise.
And I can hack the chest from here. Okay, we have some minor stuff to deal with. Really is NBD, you know? Gotta find out if this guy explodes. Yep.
No problem, boss.
Might be a little close, actually.
Armor still holding.
I got nothing.
Dang. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's do this
No
now.
problem, boss.
Missed him too.
Come on.
Great.
J'accède au système.
It's 100% to reduce the contact for a nearby region by 50%, but let's see if we can get the satellite data. That's super powerful. No luck. That's right, combat protocol will hit the mech pretty hard. It's true, maybe you should have done that instead of... But I did just do.
Any remaining hostiles near the AO.
Yeah, we're in trouble here. Can't do nothing if I can't hit any shots.
Weapons burning ammo fast. Move, move, move.
Alright, just get yourself out of there.
I'm going.
Oh yeah, these guys are here too. I forgot about them. Smart. And you?
This looks a little ugly.
Reasonable.
It hit the plane. Getting worse here.
Okay, not bad. That definitely could have been way worse. So, Purifier Trooper over there. Combat protocol work. Oh yeah. It's 9 to 10 damage to a mech? Holy crap. We're kidding about decent damage.
Ça marche.
That was good, but not that good. Blap.
Hit the armor. It's still moving. Target neutralized.
Moving out. Enemy down. Copy that.
Running.
Gremlin Mark II means better damage, that's right. Just didn't realize how much.
On it.
Oh, we got even more. Oh, geez, do we ever. Okay. I thought this mission was almost over. But now we've got a muton on the high ground. Spooky stuff. Skull mining works on those guys, huh?
Je suis en route.
That's right, combat protocol deals bonus damage to robotics. It's definitely unclear how the line of sight works on it, though.
Reloaded.
Thinking we should not let them see us for a moment.
Back online.
Locked and loaded. Got it covered. Good to go.
Tried and true tactic in XCOM. Break line of sight to the enemies so that they don't know what to do.
Moving to position. Come get some.
En vigilance. Absolutely.
Yeah, and a friendly reminder, don't melee the mutants.
We're green to go.
You'll hate it.
I got nothing.
La cible est toujours debout.
Wow, the dodges.
Adjusting aim.
Even hit the muton, that's cute.
Position's been compromised.
I get flanked now, though. Wow. Oh, you're still alive, too? Oh, Jesus. Dead. God damn it. It's freaking Battlefields, man. Yikes. Okay, combat protocol does end my turn. The Unfallen has fallen. And the situation has only gotten worse here. Gross. I've seen what those mutons do with their batons up close. God, I can't believe I missed all three of those shots. Oh, man. What a pickle. This was a very difficult rated mission, wasn't it? Didn't hide well enough is what happened. Somehow... Oh, because this box is in front of the mech? Great.
I'm on it.
Just great. Are they gonna magically know where I am? Maybe. Penchant for that.
On the move.
Sure, the mech will flank me if I go here, because it'll magically know where to go. That's a hilarious option. Run behind them. Doesn't seem likely to succeed, though. Seems my most likely bet. Let's see. I suspect... Yeah, I will cheat.
Moving. In position. On Overwatch. I can't move.
Yup. Yup. Didn't die, though. But yeah, a very absolutely cheating unit there. Has no idea my soldier's there, and yet can see me. Didn't die, though. Shield. The Muton has no shield because it got destroyed. How do I decide whether to hunker down or Overwatch in these situations? Depends on whether I think I'm likely to hit with the Overwatch, which I'm not particularly. With a long-range weapon like a shotgun. How can you not see the mech? What? That'd be ridiculous.
I'm going. Yeah, I didn't get it. Running dry.
So screwed.
Enemy is still up.
It hit the plate.
That protocol can't kill it. Ugh. So frustrating. It's definitely gonna flank me and kill somebody next turn. Not much I can do about that. I guess I could put her here. She will likely die. One more tile of movement would be so nice.
Affirmative. Covering now.
Guess we'll try this, but I think this is death for Adonis.
Not good.
Schizophrenie!
Yeah. Should have just used the combat protocol when I had the chance.
Lost control of the package. Recover it at all costs. We can't afford to lose that material to the aliens.
I think I need some help.
This was the very difficult rated mission, wasn't it? And they're picking us off one at a time in a way that I really don't have a way to deal with. Such a bummer. Gonna lose loot here as well. Damn it.
Kill confirmed.
Not even close.
Can't do a damn thing. Alright, well, the only possible way you can survive is if you freaking run away right now. So, run the Overwatch shot, maybe you just die instantly. Nope, you don't. Good.
I'm pinned down here. I can't move.
Okay, the mech's in weapons range at least.
That one hurt a little.
It's a good flank, too. Ugh. Okay, sword that guy. Okay, we have a chance to regain control here.
Good to go.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
I see that.
I can
I see
handle
that you did not get it. Oh my god.
Missed. I need ammo. Hard target. Minimal damage. Hostile. Terminated.
Target down.
I'm alright.
Two more lost. Not the worst thing in the world, I guess. Spooky mission, though. Very spooky mission.
It's killing time.
Not too shabby.
Status confirmed. All hostiles are down and the area is secure.
Advent officials revealed today's maneuver by local peacekeepers was a planned exercise. Citizens should not be alarmed. All weapon fire and wounds were simulated to better train Advent forces.
Good mission. It's going to be the end of the stream, though.
Hello, Commander.
Been a pleasure streaming for you all. We'll deal with all of the nonsense next time. But for today, no, don't delete that. Save over it. For today, this is Baylor signing off. Saying thank you so much for watching, everybody. Ta-ta for now. We're going to be back on Wednesday. Excuse me, not Tuesday. There will not be a stream on Tuesday, as a heads up. So our next live stream will be on Wednesday. Next week, we're coming at you with a bunch of content. Expect to see a charity stream for Pride with Friends. Expect to see a sponsored stream for Phoenix Point. And expect to see a Peglin stream as our community-voted game in June. All of these things and more will come true. All right, folks. Thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. I'll see y'all next time. Till then, toodaloo.